Well, I'm not sure what happened. I'm not even sure that I'm live right now. I want to take a double check. I'm not sure what happened to our feed. We got knocked off the air. Part of me just says, let's just go ahead and call it a night. But I really wanted to get going. I really wanted to make sure that we could get this D program out there. Still trying to see if this D program is out there, if it's going. And it looks like we are back. I'm not sure what happened. I'm really not, but it looks like we are back. And I apologize for getting knocked off, but bam, it looks like we're back and we're going to press on with the D program. I really don't know what happened, but maybe the people will come back. But let's go ahead and let's get going with this. And we just want to, I'm not going to go through everything. I've been on live until Cynthia came down and told me I wasn't on live. So let's go ahead and just get started. Shut up, cycling machine. It's not a boomer moment. It's called getting knocked off the internet. Don't come in here being an asshole. If you're going to be an asshole, just go away. Boomers built all this shit that you complain about while you're sitting in your damn mama's basement. Don't get me started. Don't get me started. If that pisses you off, then good. You ought to think before you start flapping your mouth. And I'll open up the phone lines if you want to call in. But you know what? You can kiss my ass right in the crack. I feel a little bit better now. Let's go ahead and get started. That boomer stuff makes me so mad. All these little bitches that can't get a job complain about it if they get one, and they don't want to actually do anything. They just want somebody to do it all for them. Then they want to bitch and moan about the boomers.
By demonic beings. I believe that's the point of the entire thing. I just saw an interview with Sean Ryan and like a priest, and he was talking about consecrating movies and music to Satan. This is not a new thing. John Todd talked about this decades ago, about how they would cast magic. You know, in like a room, there's a room in every record label, a throne room, where they'd put magic on top of the master record to have demons follow that. Now we know in Leave the World Behind, there's this really weird, this ominous hum that was present in the entire movie, right? And people felt really sick and uneasy while watching it. How coincidental?
Okay, I can't stand any more of that. But this just, I wanted to show you an example of Christian absurdity, an example of fear porn. All they're trying to do is get people afraid because of the very things we're going to talk about tonight. We're going to talk about the secret space program. We're going to talk about the dark fleet. We're going to talk about one of the reasons why flat earth was crafted to assist in this fear porn. And it's just nonsense. We've got to rise above it. I blew my stack there a little bit. I should apologize to that guy, but just a little tiny bit. And here we are ready to go. You have two choices. You can buy into the Abrahamics, which is the Proto Abrahamics, which is the Jewish religion, the second wave Abrahamics, which is the Christian religion, and the third wave Abrahamics, which is the Islamic religion. And if our people hadn't let down our guard, we wouldn't have to deal with this stuff. But it's time to raise our guard again. I spent like 20 hours making this D program. We're going to go forward with it. And if it wasn't for us boomers, you guys would already be slaves to somebody else. So enough of that. Let's move on. And we're going to move into the Hilburn files as it goes right into our subject matter. Somebody please remind me at about 9:14 to bring in Jim, because sometimes I can forget, especially if I get a little bit heated. But we got a lot of unindoctrination for you tonight. This is a very important deprogram, and I just couldn't sit by and not let it happen. Now, Jim sent me, excuse me, Randall sent me a message, and it said that there's this member of the same squad that Elvis was a member of while in the army over in Germany. And he lived in Alabama in Randall's town. They were friends, the families. And Elvis would come to town and visit the family. They always remained close. The friends spoke very high of Elvis, but somewhere along his later years, after he got back from the army, he became a changed person. Randall used to go to this little cafe that's between Mobile and Biloxi. Elvis would stop there and eat. And Randall asked me, what happened to Elvis being a great guy and then he turned out to be a terrible guy? Do you know what happened? And yes, I do know what happened. And we covered it in this deep program, Return to the King. You can find it right here on this channel. And Elvis was a victim of MK Ultra mind control. It opened an aperture by killing his mother, and then they started taking advantage of him by drugs. So it was a big, big deal, and that's what happened there. And then Randall goes into talking about the Greek philosopher Aristophanes back 240 BC, and he was able to measure with almost perfect accuracy the diameter of the earth, and he determined it wasn't flat, it wasn't even a sphere, it was toroidal, which is very, very interesting. And it doesn't put the size of the earth question to rest, though, because if it is a toroidal shape, there will be much more land than we know about, much, much more land than we know about. And I wonder, why is that the one question, or just really a few, but why is that the one question that flat earthers won't talk about? Randall posits that there could be multiple Earths occupying the same area of space, lying at different angles to each other and existing in different dimensional planes. Some think we're only looking at a single Earth. Others think we're looking at multiple Earths. And animals, including the Sasquatch, which we'll touch on tonight, have been seen to be coming in and out of dimensions, and even craft have been coming in and out of dimensions. So it's a very, very interesting topic, and we will discover it and dig into it more. But Aristophanes is the father of geography. He was a master of astronomy, math, cartography, which is drawing maps, chronology. He was the chief librarian of the legendary Library of Alexandria, which was burned down by Christians. It was the greatest center of scholarship in the ancient world. And they're trying again, Christianity is to burn down the major centers of scholarship and questioning and learning. My bad, too, cycling machine. I apologize. I overreacted. You caught me in a bad moment. But you're a good man. I appreciate you saying that. If you're a man, if you're a woman, you're a good woman. So I appreciate that. And it was just as much my bad as yours. So, and I want to put that up. He says, sorry. Hey, I appreciate it. My apologies right back at you too. I feel better now. We can move on. So we've got to open up our minds. He measured the earth. He came within a few centimeters of getting what we think is the right diameter, at least of within our understandings. And is it a bad thing to say we don't understand everything? I don't think so. I really don't. But it kind of hurts the flat Earth argument. And he was only a few percent off. And this was 2,500 years ago. So when Christians try to tell us all knowledge, all morality, everything good started with Christianity. At most, Christianity came about 1,000 years ago, maybe two if you don't believe 1,000 years has been added to human history. But Christianity is a Johnny-come-lately religion. And if you want to embrace it, that's your choice. But what you can't do is say, there was nothing before us. We're the only ones. You look foolish and you're liars, and we're not going to let you get away with those lies anymore. We're going to question it. So we don't really need satellites, aircraft, or space travel to infer the Earth's size and shape. We just need geometry, observation, measurement, and logic. And we need to begin to look at, in my opinion, all of the facts. And since we've been exploring flat Earth arguments, Aristophanes is frequently debated. Common flat Earth responses say the sun is local and relatively close. shadow differences are caused by perspective, and they are. It was 500 miles between those cities. There's just things that can't be explained by any one way of thought. That's why we need to keep our minds open. But Aristophanes did make some great calculations, and this at least proves and puts the lie to a common flat earth objection. All the ancient cultures believed in the flat earth. No, they didn't. That's another lie. And it doesn't matter how many times you repeat it, you can't make it true. So I'm saying keep your mind open and keep studying. The people that came into flat earth, by and large, they came in seeking truth, and then they allow themselves to get locked into this Christian only matrix that is flat earth, and it shuts down their thinking. And I think it's tragic. That's the only reason that I continue to deal with it, because the astonishing power of human reason, when it's not fenced in by dominant religious paradigms, we're here to explore claims. We're here to explore evidence. We're here to look at alternative interpretations. Aristophanes is very interesting because he talked about observation, geometry, skepticism, and he asked the question, which I continue to ask: how can we know something that we can't directly see? And that question is as important today as it was in Aristophanes' day. And this is the question that I keep asking since I think Cynthia sent me this. This could explain everything. The flat earth people insist it's flat. Water always finds its level, even though we've proven that it doesn't, up to 60 feet difference between the Atlantic and the Pacific. But if it were possible that this could be what the flat earth people see, but there's more outside of it, then we all could be wrong. We all could be right. And it's really a fascinating idea. It shows up in the paranormal. It shows up in folklore. It even shows up in cryptid lore. And the key distinction is that this is a cultural, mythological concept. It's not a phenomenon that can be scientifically established or quantified. Within the Abrahamics, there they are, XXX, a tie to porn. We know who runs that. And again, that's Jewish, Christian, and Islamic believers. It's a mind frame. And I'm asking you, are you willing to live within a mind frame, or would you rather expand your mind and actually take in all the facts, especially if you claim yourself to be a truther? Now, there's a lot of animals that have been associated with otherworldly associations. In ancient Egypt, cats were linked to a goddess. European folklore portrayed cats as familiars of what was called witches, really just shamanic practitioners. Many people see cats, stare at nothing. They track unseen movements. I'm still a little upset. They react to things that humans don't notice. Cats respond to things that escape human perception. And when I was an evangelist, there was many times where it was just me and the dogs that could see these spiritual entities that were present. Dogs can even smell illness by scent. Birds navigate using the Earth's magnetic field, which is shifting, which is why their immigration or the migration patterns are becoming kind of weird. Sharks can even detect electrical fields. Bees see ultraviolet patterns on flowers. And these illustrate how limited our sensory experience is. It's only a very narrow slice of reality that we're able to see, even less that we're able to understand, and even less if we lock ourselves in to one dominant mind frame. If you call yourself a truther, I have to ask you, why would you lock yourself into one way of thinking? Because the definition of being a truther is you're open to all avenues of inquiry. And why would you join a movement? Why would you be part of a movement that shuts down inquiry and limits it into one sociocultural, religious mindset? In this case, the Abrahamics matrix. Sasquatch. Too bad Smoochie's not here. She loves the Sasquatch. Three major beliefs about Sasquatch. One, they're an unknown flesh and blood animal. Some people say they're an ancient species. And some talk about them being able to be paranormal or interdimensional, because there has been many Sasquatch appearances where the Sasquatch appear to show up and then vanish. So these sudden appearances and disappearance, the lack of physical evidence, despite numerous sightings of Bigfoot. And then there's the strange lights, the green glow. Dolphins have sonar. There's a green glow that in many Sasquatch events precedes their arrival and follows up hard on their departure. So, very interesting things. Do we really think we know it all? I don't know about you, but the more I know, the more I know that I need to know more. That green glow associated with the Sasquatch, very intriguing. They say there's this green glow, this luminescence that surrounds the creature. Oftentimes, they report these floating green orbs, and then a sudden flash, and boom, they're gone, or boom, they're there. It's very, very interesting. And I just wonder, do we really know enough to rule out interdimensional movement, electromagnetic effects, portal phenomena, earth energies? Do we really know enough to say all aliens are demons, all UFOs are demons? And are the Sasquatch demons too? It almost sounds like everything you don't understand becomes a demon if you've got your mind locked into the Abrahamic sphere and guilt, blood magic, mind control matrix. And again, if you're a truther, can you be married, so to speak, to one mind frame and still be a truther? That's a question you'll have to answer for yourselves. That's a question you'll have to answer for yourselves. So, what do we do with the Sasquatch sightings, the strange lights, the missing time, the malfunction of cars and other types of equipment? All the strange weirdness that happens surrounding these paranormal encrypted events. And I've seen a Sasquatch for almost 10 minutes. Do we really think we know it all, or do we want to have our minds open? So let's spend just a little bit of time with this green glow, because it's very, very interesting and it goes right into our discussion. In folklore, and I played something when you weren't here, the Irish people have been in Ireland. Hello, Bog Caddy. She's had Sasquatch walk past her. That's pretty freaking amazing. Katie, sorry about that. But going back tens of thousands of years in heathen lore, we have things called the fairy lights, the will o' the wisp, spirit lights, ghost lights, maybe even goat lights, nature spirits accompanied by, luminous phenomenon. There's so much out there. And some folklore suggests that modern Bigfoot reports contain these same type of elements that historically would have been interpreted as spirits or the fae or other supernatural entities. But are we really going to close our minds off? Because this appears repeatedly across tens of thousands of years before Christianity even existed. Before it even existed. It's very, very fascinating. And some of us want to keep our minds open and not shut them off to other possibilities. Fairy lights, small floating lights or orbs seen at night, often in forests or marshes, on lonely roads, and across all human cultures. These lights have been interpreted sometimes as spirits, sometimes as ancestors, sometimes as nature beings, and sometimes even as guides. And in Irish traditions, fairy lights were, and I'm sure I'm mispronouncing this, are associated with the Sidhe, supernatural beings who inhabit another world that exists alongside our own. Are we really going to lock ourselves into one way of thinking? But people across the earth for hundreds of thousands of years have seen these floating lights. They seem to be intelligent. Sometimes they lure travelers off their path. There's even times with our great heathen folk that these lights have led them to safety, kind of like Lassie. If you remember Lassie, if you're a boomer, you might remember Lassie. A lot of times they are around burial sites, and that gets into Thetan leaving the body. This is the source of the old jack-o'-lantern, also foolish fire, and what used to be called corpse candles, or these lights that would appear around recently deceased individuals. So the lights appear unexpectedly. They lead travelers astray or sometimes out of danger. They vanish just as suddenly. Those of us that like to open our minds a little bit, we ask ourselves, are these nature spirits? Are these elementals? Are these etheric beings? Is this subtle energy? Or does this show that we are living in a multiplicity of dimensions and even within a multiplicity of timelines? Fascinating stuff when you open your mind. Jacques Vallée, he was Spielberg's expert on Close Encounters of the Third Kind. And he argues that humanity has been describing these things in diverse cultures for hundreds of thousands of years. And we have the scientific view, we have the folklore view, we've got the paranormal view, but still, whatever you call it, the phenomenon remains very, very consistent. And to me, that is so amazing. So amazing. And regardless of what you think about it, to me, when something shows up repeatedly over cultures and over vast eons of time, we might actually want to begin to study it and not lock ourselves, this is your choice, into a mind frame that dismisses everything that doesn't agree with them as demons. And people have long sought the unknown, but it stops until a mind gets dominated by the Abrahamic matrix. And to me, that is the most tragic part of all. That's why I even waste my time talking about these things and spending time talking to these people. Now, when we move from the green glow into the UFOs, that becomes very, very intriguing because many times UFOs, hey, Daryl Varney, many times UFOs are accompanied by a green glow as well. Jacques Vallée again weighs in on this, and he says that these craft that experience the green glows or exhibit the green glows, they don't act like conventional aircraft because they're not. And accompanied with this green glow are craft that can materialize suddenly, vanish instantly, change shape, seem to pass through solid objects, blink in and out of visibility. They can accelerate beyond any known technology. And this leads a lot of people to say, could this be interdimensional movement? Could this be manipulation of the space time? Could this be something that's even consciousness related? Or is it just unknown natural phenomena? One thing I can guarantee you, if you stop asking questions, you won't get any answers. But if you keep asking questions and then you keep questioning the answers you get, you'll continue to grow and you can look yourself in the mirror and call yourself a truther and mean it. And there's a recurring pattern since the UFO explosion of post 1945, which is a really interesting date. They describe it as phasing. UFOs fading in, blinking out, dissolving, shrinking, merging into a luminous cloud. Is this advanced technology, or is it technology that might even have a earth, nature, or some other aspect that we don't understand? But the green glow connection appears repeatedly in UFO reports. Fireballs, glows, emerald color spheres, green beams, green illumination surrounding craft. The lovely Cynthia has even reported this. And there's some big deals. In the American Southwest in the late 1940s, there was a famous green fireball. Military personnel have reported green luminous objects, and they're never fully explained until tonight. We're going to give you the lowdown. But why green? And this is fascinating. The reason green is so important because even back in 1945, when that nation that nobody likes to talk about was developing the UFOs that nobody likes to admit, the advanced propulsion engines would produce, wait for it, a green glow. And that's because ionized gases in our atmosphere and plasma, when they're agitated, like I was at the beginning of the deprogram, it produces a green wavelength. You think of the auroras, the aurora borealis and others, and the green color that results from excited oxygen in the atmosphere. And the big deal is that if UFOs involve plasma, then that would explain why these green colors appear. That would be why these green colors appear. And again, these things are ubiquitous across human experience, and they only stop dead in their tracks when you get locked into a certain mind frame. Why does everything that we don't yet understand have to become a demon? Well, it doesn't unless you lock yourself into a certain mind frame called the Abrahamics mind frame. Crowfoot repeating, maybe he's preceding the discussion about the auroras also being green. So many World War II era reports of the Foo Fighters reported by Allied air crews almost unanimously said that they appeared to be green. The Allied pilots would describe objects that would pace their aircraft, objects that appeared to be intelligently controlled, that made impossible maneuvers, that vanished suddenly, that had no obvious signs of propulsion, no jet engines, no propellers, and they all cast a greenish glow. And we're still seeing this stuff today. I find that fascinating. What is it that's ionizing the oxygen? What is it that is discharging electricity? What is it that's creating these high altitude atmospheric effects? Propulsion, we don't understand. Manipulation of electricity, we don't understand. And advanced aircraft technology and no known technology even remotely matches these capabilities. And what this means, folks, is that whoever's using these craft, they're not just decades ahead of what we have. They're not just centuries ahead of what we have. They are still with us today. And Jay Mars, I think you're wrong, but I appreciate you being polite and interjecting your thoughts into the discussion. So to me, the core of the matter is, if there is some technology that's able to manipulate space-time, it's able to manipulate dimensions, green luminous effects is exactly what we would expect scientifically. And interesting witnesses, including fighter pilots, they talk about the green color. Nobody knows, but you'll know tonight. But if some kind of ionization accompanied a transition, be it a Sasquatch or a UFO, green is exactly the color that you would expect it scientifically to produce. Whether it's fairy lights, whether it's green glowing aerial spheres in World War II, or whether it's modern UFOs, wow, this is really something. And why does it automatically have to be demons? Just because Christians can't wrap their minds around it. One of our ancient ancestors would have said it's the Fae. The World War II pilots say, oh, it's an energy weapon. Modern observers say it appears to be interdimensional craft. And a mind trapped in the Abrahamic matrix says, demons, demons, every single time. I'm just asking you, would you like to broaden your mind? Would you like to broaden your mind? And by the way, green is associated with life in nature. It's common in bioluminescent creatures here on Earth. It's common in the atmospheric phenomenon, as has been pointed out in the chat. And it frequently associates with folklore's other world. And if something real underlies these reports, green is a byproduct of whatever energy is occurring. And I find that amazing. And Randall stated earlier, you didn't see it because we weren't here, but Randall says he has watched what he calls the Neue Luftwaffe craft displaying this same community. Ken will open up the phone lines. Ken says, I think they're demons because if you mention Jesus, they flip out. Not really true, Ken. And I would ask you, have you ever seen one and said Jesus and it flipped out? Probably not. That's a story that gets repeated and repeated and repeated and repeated. But I'm not a repeater, I'm a reporter. I also have cast out conservatively tens of thousands of demons. And specifically within the UFO and the alien abduction lore, the time that people say Jesus is after the abduction's already occurred. These beings are really getting ready to leave, and then you say Jesus, and they leave anyway. Ken, I appreciate you being polite and putting your message in the chat. Let me share something with you that might give you something to think about. Well, I was an evangelist for 25 years. I've preached on 5 continents, and I can say with firm conviction that I've cast out demons on 5 continents. I started casting them out in the name of Jesus, well, because everybody did. Then I became of the new Jew, what's it called? Messianic Jew type thing. I came into the Christian identity thing. So I started using the name of Yeshua, and it worked just as well as the name of Jesus. I started using the name of Yahweh, and it worked just as well as the name of Jesus. But then I began to get enlightened, and I started using my name. In the name of Jeffrey Darty, I command you to leave. And it worked just as good as Jesus. And then I got maybe a little too big for my britches, Ken. And I can tell you I've cast out hundreds of demons in the name of Mickey Mouse. What's the point? As fireflies are outside my window. Thank you, girls. I appreciate your confirmation. I love nature. Thank you. What's the bottom line? The bottom line is that it's your intention. It's your divinity, your sovereignty, your freedom. It's your human intention taking authority over beings that are trying to inflict pain and suffering upon people. It doesn't matter the name. It doesn't matter the name. Fast Fred says he's called on Joe Pesci and it works. And like Dagger said earlier, I get it though, because when Christians mention the name of Jesus, I flip out too. But I don't go away. I stay. But with all we've seen, with all we continue to see, are we really reduced to they're demons? They're demons. Why is the Abrahamic matrix pushing so hard with all aliens are demons? Why is the Abrahamic matrix pushing so hard with UFOs are demons? Why? Could it be that they know? Could it be that they're terrified? Could it be that we're winning? And Ken, even fallen angels, what's a fallen angel? The word angel in the Bible means messenger. You need to go back and watch my deep program on fallen angels. There are no fallen angels. That's another Christian boogeyman created. And I've proven it from the Bible. You know who's a fallen angel? I'm a fallen angel. Because I'm a messenger that is bringing a message that contradicts and will eventually help obliterate the fear and guilt, blood magic, Abrahamics, mind control matrix. I'm Satan. I'm the Nephilim. I'm a fallen angel. Angel just means messenger. And by the way, Ken, if you can find the word angel in Genesis 6, I'll give you $500 in the original Greek, because it ain't there. It ain't there. I'm a fallen messenger according to the biblical text. But you know the real reason why they're getting so upset? Because we're winning. Thank you, Ken. You're right. Boom. 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 We're winning. And what they also don't want us to know is when we do stand up, get off bended knee, and begin to do all we can do, help is on its way for those that are willing to help themselves. Dagger says, are they immortal vampires? Yes, but not even all vampires are bad. Not even all vampires are bad. Not even all vampires are bad. We're rocking along now. I asked ChatGPT, can you speculate on why today's UAPs, could you speculate on them being advanced technology born in World War II Germany and now appearing in advanced forms? And this is kind of what ChatGPT said, but I'm going to expand on it. As a speculation, she said, mine's a she. It's an interesting thought experiment. The key thing to remember is that there's no verified evidence that today's most extraordinary UFOs are German World War II technology. That's my disclaimer. But we can examine why this idea persists. People make this connection because near the end of World War II, Germany was generally producing advanced weapons centuries ahead of whatever the Allies had. And these technologies seemed to everybody to be futuristic. And if Germany revealed jet aircraft, ballistic missiles years ahead, what else might Germany have had on the drawing board? And then we get into this idea of this breakaway technology, that Germany developed these highly advanced concepts. Some of that tech survived the war. And today it's being hidden in secret programs in hidden facilities. And it was decades and decades of development beyond what we saw in 1945 that are producing the unexplainable UFOs that we are seeing today. And in this model, UFOs are not necessarily from the dark side of Uranus. They're not from other places necessarily. They're not demons. They're humans, specifically the last generation of real humans that are very, very far ahead of what is publicly known. And this is what they're referring to when they talk about a breakaway technology, things like instant acceleration, supersonic speeds, hypersonic speeds, no visible means of propulsion, operating silently, incredible maneuverability. And we're not talking about technology that's 20, 30 years ahead of what we see. When you see UFOs swimming like dolphin, lapping and playing with our most advanced fighters, are you kidding me? That's way, way, way ahead. We're talking about something that represents a different understanding of physics itself. And it harkens back to the earliest days of heathen tradition and lore. And this is where we're going tonight. Foo Fighters. What if these Foo Fighters and these other Axis technology, the Axis was the Germans, the Japanese, and their allies. What if what we saw during the war that couldn't be explained then and still can't be duplicated now, what if that was just the early manifestations of this technology? And it's been close to 100 years. Can you imagine how much better it's gotten? If it was that good then, I hope that gives you some hope. I hope that gives you some hope. Now, what if some UFOs are bad? Wondering Reality asks. And they probably are. Because guess what? Some people are bad. And let me put the rest to this. There's even white people that are bad. Cynthia sent me she meant to send it to me. I didn't get it, but we were out in the front porch watching it. There's this big old fat woman. And I mean, if they told her to haul ass, it'd take her 5 or 6 trips. She was super fat. She's in Walmart and she goes down for a coochie rub. You know what the coochie is. And I mean, she wasn't just like a coochie scratch. This was almost masturbatory. I mean, she would dig in deep in there, digging deep in them folds, getting way up in there. And then she brings her fingers up and she starts smelling them in Walmart. Probably smell like cheese and other things. And then she puts her fingers in her mouth and tastes it. And this was a white lady. So guess what? There's some white trash out there. White people, we got a lot of cleaning up to do. We're admitting it. I'm calling on my black, brown, red, yellow kin. Clean up your trash. We'll clean up our trash. I'll have it on Wednesday for you, Jamie. I'll make sure I find it. But can you imagine that? Kylie just threw up. Yeah, she might want to taste that too, Kylie. I don't know. But if they were far ahead in 45, they're farther ahead tonight, baby. They're farther ahead tonight than they were way back then. So what if some of these German technologies have survived? In that scenario, today's UFOs could harken back to the World War II prototypes, and they were called wonder weapons then. What are they now? Yeah, maybe she didn't want to buy tuna, Kylie says. Tuna and cheese. Wow. And most aerospace advances have their roots in wartime. So the strongest argument against it's all secret German technology is time. And if a group did possess this stuff in 1945, we would expect unmistakable signs that capability has improved over the last 80 years. We'd see things like transportation. We're seeing it. We see things like clean energy. We're seeing it. We'd see things like military dominance. We're about to see it. But they don't want us to, because what they're showing us publicly is advanced, but not super advanced. I'm telling you, I do believe, and there's more coming. Help is coming for those that are willing to help themselves. Are you willing? Are you ready? And, you know, it was World War II where military observers began documenting this. This was before the modern UFO era. And again, if it's that advanced and it's just waiting for us to get ready to come back and help us, could this be the deeper, truer reason that these Christians are running around with their hair on fire? Can this be the real reason for the current aliens or demons hysteria within the Abrahamic matrix? Could it be? Well, let's talk about the secret space program. We got about 8 or 9 minutes before Jim comes on. Somebody remind me again, please. Thank you. The secret space program, you know, that's a narrative. That's a big click, big money thing on YouTube. Its prominent theme is that there's a hidden faction, and it's always called the Dark German Fleet or the German Dark Fleet. And they say, I would ask you, are they disclosing that there were some advanced World War II technology that survived, went underground? And do you know that 250,000 of Germany's top scientists disappeared in April of 1945? The people that came over in Project Paperclip, they were the scrubs. They were the nurses. And nothing against nurses, but the Dr. Houses, they disappeared. What if they've continued to develop advanced capabilities? And this really, in my mind, might be the prime target of this aliens are demons Abrahamics theology. So, the core narrative of the secret space program, and Jay Bing says it perfectly because it is an inversion. If the Abrahamics say they're demons, then one thing we can be sure they're not is demons. But even the secret space pseudo disclosure says Germany did develop revolutionary technologies. Some of them did escape destruction. Some of them did relocate to remote bases. Antarctica's listed. I would add the Untersberg. I would add even off-world sites, including the moon, Mars, maybe even, is it Andromeda, I want to say? Somebody help me out in the chat. And even the SSP pseudo-disclosure says that there's a hidden civilization that's operating independently of this Abrahamic matrix. And in all accounts, the black German fleet, the dark fleet, is always the bad guys, always the bad guys. Antarctica's talked about, and Germany is documented to have created great expeditions in Antarctica, established bases, among them Neuschwabenland, Operation High Jump. My dad was the yeoman on the USS Henderson destroyer in Operation High Jump. Don't be impressed by that because Cynthia's dad was a yeoman to Admiral Byrd himself. And in SSP lore, Antarctica frequently serves as the refuge of the breakaway civilizations. So that makes me tend to think that it might be part of it, but it's just the smallest part of it. The Untersberg, Moon, Mars, other places, that might be the big hidden truth. So different SSP authors talk about what the Dark Fleet is. They all agree it's highly disciplined. They all agree it has advanced spacecraft. And these terrible people, they have the audacity to try to optimize human capability. They don't just give everybody welfare, give them an EBT card, let them sit home and do nothing but go to the damn mailbox once a month. No, they have the audacity to think that we can improve upon our condition. And even the SSP says that the Dark Fleet's competing against other secret factions. And the only reason they're competing is because they're holding themselves back until our people get ready. They're always portrayed as the villains. And like we said before, if the Abrahamics say they're trying to take over, then what they're really trying to do is set us free. And that's a concept I'm inviting you to explore with me here tonight. But why is it always the Germans that are bad? Well, we know it was the Germans that possessed this advanced wartime technology. And have you noticed Japan is the bad guys too now? Oh, the Japanese are terrible. They're ethnocentric. They won't let the invaders in. Yeah, we'll take calls tonight. They won't let the invaders in. And the German World War II regime is universally recognized as dangerous and villainous. They disappeared. Leaders escaped capture. So this feeds into the Abrahamics lore because now the dark German fleet can be the bad guy. And it can deflect attention from the real bad guys. All of you watching this channel probably agree that the government is our biggest problem. It's about that time. The government is our biggest problem. I did the math. If you look at the combination of the U.S. Congress, which is, for those of you that don't history much or civics much, the House of Representatives, nobody said Islam's trying to set us free. Islam is part of the Abrahamics matrix. They got us locked down. Those people that they call the Dark Fleet are trying to set us free. And the play is misdirect their attention to somebody else while the bad guys can continue to do bad things and not be held accountable. Oh, and by the way, if you look at all of the representatives elected in the Senate and the Congress, I will open in a little while. Over 97% of the U.S. government is controlled by Abrahamics. And I think I have a slide on this. Over 90% Christian, 7% Jewish, and then about 2% Islamic. If the government's the big problem, and over 97% of the government is controlled by the Abrahamic matrix, you might want to do the math. You can take your shalom and put it on somebody else. I rebuke that nonsense. Get that corn out of my face. You ain't putting that intention on me, baby. You ain't putting that intention on me, and I know you're joking. I know you're joking. Let me go ahead and get things queued up for Jim to come in before I get all wrapped up and forget to bring him in. Jim comes in on Everyday Program. He gives us some real interesting information. He shares with us from his wealth of experience. And we take a call from him Everyday Program. People are really loving it. People are really loving it. And if 97% of the government is crooked, if the government's crooked and 97% of the government is Abrahamics, Jews, Christians, Muslims, you might want to do the math. You might want to do the math. That's all I'm saying. You might want to do the math. You don't have to do the math, but you might want to do the math. And we'll leave the phone lines open after Jim's call, and you can call in if you can be polite. Yeah, he almost got me with that shalom. He did initially. Somebody says religion isn't so bad. Tell me one good thing religion does, specifically the Christian religion, that wasn't already done good before. Pedophilia, child abuse, wars. And here comes Jim. You are right on time, my Tennessean friend. What's up?
I'm doing good, buddy. You know, you're talking about
lay some wisdom on us, brother.
All right, talking about the Sasquatch. I might have mentioned it a long time ago, but back in the middle of the 70s, I went to the Mid-South Fair, and they had one frozen in ice as a display. So I paid to go in and look at it. No one's going to be fake. So I'll go in there and look at this thing, and it smells so bad. But I've looked into the ice, and I could see hair was connected coming out of the skin. I could see his fingernails had ridges in their nails with dirt in their nails. I could see on the teeth, you could see the yellowness around their teeth. I mean, everything, I could not find nothing wrong with it. So literally the next day, I go back to the fair again and brought a magnifier. I went all over it. I could not find nothing fake in it. And it was huge. I could even see in his palm of his hand, I could see the little ridges in his fingers where it had been wet. Blood came out of his chest where it was shot. You could see it floating from his chest up to the top of the ice. So I don't think anyone could have done anything as well as that was. So that impressed me because I don't believe in anything, but I believed that after I saw it. But anyway, after about 2 years, they didn't show it anymore.
That's amazing, Jim.
But
you don't have to convince me because my dad and I actually saw in Florida about a 7-foot Sasquatch down there. We call them skunk apes, and we saw him for probably a full minute. So I'm picking up what you're putting down. What else you got for us?
I'm going to tell you a story about David Stanley. He was my best friend out there high school, but
and let me just
he gave me one of
David Stanley was Elvis Presley's stepbrother, the son of Elvis's dad's second wife, Dee. You got it, Jim. Take it away.
Okay, now to know David was very animated. and he was a big boy. He was like 6'2", 230, just a big old boy. But he always had to make fun happen, no matter what. He always had to have fun happen. So one day he comes up to me and says, Jim, this is a girl I want to go out with, and she's really good looking, but I need your help. And I said, well, what do you need? He goes, well, there's another girl has to go with her, or she won't go out with them. I said, no way, I'm not going out with some ugly girl. He goes like, no, she's supposed to be pretty too. I said, I'm not going with that. And he begged me, so I finally went out with him. And the girl actually ended up being nice looking. So we all go to dinner, and then we leave. We're going back to the girl's house, and it was just them. The family was on vacation. And so as we're driving to the house, there's a big lake on the left. And the girl said, would you pull over to the side of the road? I said, I'd just like to stand by the lake for a minute. Could we go look at it? Dave said, oh, sure, we will. So we pulled over. We get to the edge of the lake, and the girl said, don't want to go swimming? I go, like, we don't have swimsuits. He goes, oh, no, we can go swim. And I said, well, what are you suggesting? She goes, like, we can strip off and go swim. And Dave and I both looked at each other with a big smile on her face. Oh, yeah, do that. So we wait for the girls. They act like they're starting to take the clothes off, and they stop and go, no, y'all might have to take your clothes off first. So Dave and I looked at each other and goes, okay. So we strip off and jump off this muddy lake. And the girls start acting like they're taking theirs off, and they reach down and grab all the clothes and take off running back to the car. Left us butt naked. So we run back after them, and they're laughing and cracking up, and then they threw the clothes behind us, and we got them covered up. And so we had to get back in the car, and the water stunk. So we go to the girl's house, which was about a block from that place of the lake. And I told the girl, I said, man, can I please take a shower? I can't smell like this. She goes, sure, go ahead. So I take a shower, and as I'm getting out, I hear David hollering, man, save me some hot water. I said, all right. So I get mine, I get out, and I get dressed. So David goes in. So while he's taking his shower, I'm talking to the girls and I ask them, can I get something to drink? I said, sure, there's something in the refrigerator. Okay. So I go open it, and there's a big pitcher full of ice water. And I looked at it and was like, oh, I got to do this. I grab the ice water. I go back into the bathroom and I tossed it over the curtain onto David, and he screams. I mean, he screams and hollers, starts cussing, and he busts out of the bathroom chasing me. So he's chasing me, and now I'm walking where the girls are, and I turn around and I pointed down at David. I go like, so the girl said, look how small it is. And so he covers himself, goes like, it's cold, it's not supposed to be that small. And I'm laughing. So he packs up, he goes to the shower, gets a shower. He comes out, and everybody's having a big laugh over it. So David said, man, I need to talk to you a minute. I said, all right. So we go back to to the kitchen. He goes like, man, we got to warm these girls up. I mean, they're keeping distance between us. You have any ideas? I said, why don't I scare them? He goes, well, what do you mean? He goes, I can have a seance. Why don't we just have a seance and say that I can bring spirits? And he goes like, yeah, that'd be good. I said, so I'll make it real spooky, so I got to find a candle. So I'm looking through the drawers, and I see the candle, and I saw a thing of thread, black thread. Oh, this is perfect. So I cut a bunch of strips between my fingers where you couldn't see them. And I asked them if they want to do a seance. I said, oh, yeah, we'd love to do that. So we turned all the lights out, and I set a candle up, and I set fire to it. And so I'm going to just playing stuff. And so then I took my hand, and I said, now I'm calling the spirits. Now I'm going to play with the fire, and if I can make it glow, it means the spirits are here. So I put my hand to where the threads they couldn't see would catch the fire, and it would make the flame go poof in my hand. So I did, and they all screamed, and right when it happened, the stereo came on automatically in the other room. And the girl said, how'd that happen? I went like, I don't understand that. She goes, no. And she goes back in there and turns it off. Said, it should not have been on. And it's just back down. So I started doing the spiritual thing again. Of course, I'm just making this stuff up. The stereo comes back on again automatically. And we didn't have remotes at that time to change it, stuff like that. So I said, look, if you're listening to us, do once for yes and two for no. The stereo came on and turned itself off for yes. I said, so I'm going to ask a no question, then give me a two for that. And I made the question, and it came on twice and turned off twice. Now the girls are scared to death, and David's looking at me, shaking his head like, how the hell are you doing this? And I was just going with it. So then I asked them, I said, give me a number between 1 and 10 to make sure they are connected with us. And the girl said 6. The stereo came on and off 6 times and stopped. Now, the girls and David run out of the house, scared to death. So I'm running behind them. I said, man, I got to clear it first because I realized what happened. So I had to go back, and I thank the spirits for coming to us and talking to us. It was such great fun. Thank you so much. So I get in the car with David, and the girls get in their car, and they end up going to the other girls' home. And of course, the date was done, and David looked at me and said, boy, you really did a good job. I said, well, I'm sorry. I said, I did the best I could. But anyway, it scared them to death, but the spirits actually came through. And it was just bizarre.
There's a lot of worlds out there that we don't understand, isn't there, Jim?
There is. I mean, my whole life's been so full of them, and it got to the point I just accept them. When it happens, I just accept it, that it's happening. And, the only thing I had to be careful with was at night, a lot of times, spirits would come to me, and at times I didn't know if it was a real person or a spirit. So I always was in guard to set up and ready to fight because I didn't know if someone broke into the house or if it's a real spirit. So that was the only thing that really caused me a lot of problems, once I was a man.
And Jim,
So,
I know
anyway,
that I know that Elvis was into that. Did you ever do any of that with Elvis?
what was that again?
I know Elvis was into spirituality. Did you ever do anything like that with Elvis?
No, I never did. I've never. I mean, I would go over there and hellos, goodbyes. He was nice stuff, but I was never involved in anything they did,
Gotcha.
except when they went to the Memphis Theater. And they went there, they would invite me with them, and would watch the movies with Elvis and them. But, yeah,
Well, Jim, you did
about
it again,
but
man. You brought us some great information. It's always a highlight of the show. And I really
you're welcome,
appreciate you
buddy.
sharing your wisdom with us, my friend.
Thank you, sir, and have a great day.
You too, my brother. That's the Tennessean. That's Jim, full of wisdom, full of interesting stories all the time. And I'm going to go ahead and post the call-in number so you can come up. You can come on the D program if you want to. Only 2 rules: you have to be polite, and you have to be interesting. And this isn't an invitation for you to preach your doctrine, so to speak. But if you have a question, if you have an answer, if you can be polite and you can be interesting, go ahead and call in. We're not going to leave it open a long time. I've reduced the window here so nobody will be able to see your phone number, but you can call in 913-228-2586. 913-228-2586. The phone lines are now open. If you're a Christian and you want to ask a question or take exception, if you're not a Christian, if you're somebody that wants to ask me a question or wants to make a point about something very brief, try to keep your comments brief because we got some deep program to finish up here. But 913-228-2586. The lines are open right now. The lines are open right now. We do love hearing from Jim. Thanks for that, Kylie. Really appreciate it. And while we wait for some calls, which normally is the cricket portion of our deep program, I don't know why people are always afraid to call in. I mean, I'm a sweet and lovable guy. never get upset. So I'm not sure why people don't want to call in. But let's jump back into the deprogram while we do this. And talking about the secret space program, they say there's ancient civilizations, and there are. They say there are hidden knowledge, and there is. They say there's these hidden orders, and there are. They say there's extraterrestrial alliances, and there are. And they say that there are secret physics, and there are. Groups like the Thule Society. And the thing is, they take the next step and say, this is all demonic. It's almost like they're trying to keep us from expanding our base of human knowledge, whether it's UFOs, hidden technology, occult secrecy, unexplained UFOs. They're all demons. They're all demons. And the secret space narrative, much like Flat Earth, bundles all of these into one grand explanation. They're demons. And the Abrahamics, whether they be Jewish, Christian, or Islamic, they're naturally drawn to simplistic, comprehensive narratives where they don't have to think on their own. And it's much easier to create one bad guy, one boogeyman, than to actually make the effort to ken or seek knowledge for yourself. And symbolically, the Dark German Fleet functions like all boogeymen. They're hidden rulers. They're fallen angels. It's a secret evil empire. It's a shadow government. Can a shadow government be any worse than the Abrahamic government we got now? There's underground worlds, Atlantis, the fairy, subterranean races, hidden priesthoods. Could a hidden priesthood be any worse than the priesthoods that we know about? But symbolically and esoterically, what if there are people with advanced civilizations and advanced spacecraft? Well, they got to be demons, right? And it's almost like they're trying to pre-program our minds through mind control that anything we can't explain has to be demonic. The phone number's on the screen, Ken, I believe. The phone number's on the screen, but I'll give it to you again. 913-228-2586. I'll put it up one more time. 913-228-2586. That's the phone number. Be polite, be interesting. Call in now. So let's talk about the ultimate boogeyman, the ultimate Satan, the ultimate aliens, the ultimate demons, the German Dark Fleet. And again, this is an entertainment purposes only. All right, great. Give me just a second. Give me just a second. Give me just a second. You're live with Jeffrey Daugherty. What's on your mind?
Good evening, Jeff. This is Ken.
Ken, glad that you called in. I appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you, sir, for all the knowledge you're laying on us. And you got my number. If you ever want to talk, I'll talk to you.
Okay. I appreciate that. You sound like a man of open mind, and that's all we're looking for here is people with open minds. That will be saved in my call list. And if I get a minute, I'll give you a jingle. Did you have anything you wanted to share or ask while you're live with us here?
Well, everything you guys were talking about, I'm kind of involved with.
Okay, and that's all right. We have all kinds here, and I used to be, right where you are, probably.
And I've been studying this stuff my whole life, so I love you guys, and I don't want to hold up your show. You're doing a good job. I'm just holding you back.
Well, Ken, you're a good man. I really appreciate those kind words, and hopefully we'll talk someday. Thanks so much for calling in.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Let me give Rooney a little cream here. This cat is a pain in my ass. And I hope he continues to be a pain in my ass for many, many more years. Can't live with him. Don't want to live without him. Is it Pride Month? When is White Pride Month? I must have missed that one. When is White Pride Month? I must have missed that one. I'd be all for White Pride Month. But it's interesting to me, and I'll leave the phone lines open. It's interesting to me that it's always the Germans. They're always bad. And now they're always demons. But there is this core of disclosure here. There's this core of disclosure. Well, let me get this phone call. There's this core of disclosure. You're live with Jeffrey Daugherty. What's on your mind? You're live. Don't be shy. You're still live. And you're not anymore. Okay. But there's this disclosure in the midst of the nonsense. They tell us that they do have anti-gravity. They tell us that they do have space-time manipulations. And have you noticed it's always a craft that looks just like the Hannibal of the Vril design of World War II. Now, whether people that believe in the secret space program say they're reverse engineered, say they're developed independently, or obtained through contact with non-human intelligences, they're always demons. They're always bad, bad, bad. Do you wonder why? Why? And the SSP is bad because it's militaristic. Have you looked around the United States of America where the military is on the streets now? It's always merit-based. What a horrible thing it is to be merit-based. Those that work harder and do better succeed more than those that sit home, use their EBT card, dig in their coochie at Walmart, and walk out to the mailbox once a week to get a check. I guess they don't even give them checks. Oh, they do give them checks for the welfare. The EBT comes on the card. And they're technocratic. But what's more technological than a so-called good guy secret space force? They're authoritarian. Have you looked around the United States? Have you looked around the United States? Let's see if this caller can get it right this time. Let's see. You're live with Jeffrey Daugherty. What's on your mind?
Hello, Jeff. Am I coming through?
You're coming through very, very faintly. What's on your mind?
I just wanted to call and talk to you. You know, a long-time fan, first-time caller.
Okay, well, try to speak louder if you can, and I'll repeat what you're asking. Go ahead and ask or make your comment.
Well, I just wanted to say it was a bum rap what FTJ did to you. You were a quality streamer there.
I appreciate that. He shared that he thinks that FTJ screwed me. Of course they did, but that's okay because they're going under and we're still going strong. What else you got, my friend?
Don't you love it when the universe sorts itself out?
I love it when the universe sorts itself out. I'm not a big believer in karma, but you know the saying is karma's only a bitch if you are, and they definitely are.
Yay, verily.
Yay, verily.
So I wanted to ask you, because some time ago you mentioned that you were doing urine therapy, and I it made me wonder, is this in pursuit of like the Philosopher's Stone, or like what was the reason?
The question is that I was doing urine therapy, and I did that. It's been a long, long time. It's probably been 15, well, maybe 10, 9, 8 years ago. And at the time, I was studying into different thoughts and theories. And urine therapy has been, it's been around for 10,000 years. I know we can't hear him. There's something wrong there, Arnold, but that's why I'm repeating what he's saying. And I used it for a while. I found it to be very beneficial, especially when I was fasting, because urine is it is sterile, and most of the time when you're eating a regular diet, urine isn't waste, it's extra. But when I went to a keto diet, urine is exclusively waste. So I don't do that anymore, won't do that anymore because I'm committed to the keto lifestyle. I know it's kind of weird, but it helped me out. I like to, this is a channel of growth and discovery. And I know the FTJ always like to talk about the pee drinking, but yeah, I used to do it. I don't do it anymore. Does that answer your question?
So urine is not keto.
Well, what I said was if you're on a keto diet, your urine is 100% waste. And you don't want to drink waste, obviously. If you're eating non-keto, there's many nutrients and things that are just extra that get pushed out in your urine. So if you're on keto, don't do it.
Because you were talking about it in the past, like I thought it was like something having to do with the Philosopher's Stone. Because
Not to my knowledge did it have to do with the Philosopher's Stone, but believe it or not, I don't know everything.
It was one of the four humors essential to life. It's like what was their thinking when they.
One of the four humors essential to life. We lost him. I didn't know that, but again, I used to do it. I don't do it anymore. I wouldn't say, use your own judgment and see what you want to do. But back to the Dark Fleet boogeyman, they are trying to seek improvement in humanity by selective breeding. That's evil. So let me get this straight. If white people marry white people and black people marry black people and brown people marry brown people and yellow people marry yellow people and red people marry red people, and they make their race stronger and stronger and stronger. See, that's what they mean by selective breeding. We like to stay within our own people. That's the way to optimize. Enhancement programs. They're using peptides and they're using hormone therapy. They're using methylene blue. So if there's one thing the Abrahamics matrix doesn't want, they don't want human optimization. They don't want the optimization of human races. And it's so interesting to me that they make this German Dark Fleet the bad guys. And they all say we've got lunar installations. And I think there are lunar installations. I don't think the U.S. ever went to the moon the way they showed us on those craft. That's nonsense. But I'm convinced there are Axis bases on the moon. There are ones on Mars. There's ones on on asteroids. And they do have advanced stuff. Let me get this call. You're live with Jeffrey Daugherty. What's on your mind?
Hey, Jeff, longtime listener. Just wanted to give you a call and a big shout out.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, definitely. Very happy to see you pumping out content. Just want people to be reminded that, whatever you set your mind to, if you put your intention to, our will, definitely be that driving force. And you're doing a great job, man.
I really, really appreciate it. Do you have anything else that you wanted to add?
I just kind of jumped in, so I don't really know the exact theme of the show tonight.
Well, you know what? I appreciate you calling in. I appreciate the kind words. I usually get you're an asshole, you're a demon, you suck. So when somebody calls in and says nice things, I appreciate it. And I work so hard. They say it stands for faith, truth, and justice, but it really stood for fear of the Proto-Abrahamics, because that's why they kicked me off, because I was talking about exposing the Abrahamics network. So just because the SSP says there are these things doesn't mean there aren't. And in fact, this is part of the kosher disclosure. They also engage in human trafficking and forced labor. They kidnap people, they recruit people, they wipe their memories, they have forced labor camps. It's almost like whether there's a secret space program or not, whether there's a dark fleet or not, our government, over 97% Abrahamics, is involved in kidnapping programs, is involved in covert secret recruitment, is involved in MK Ultra, does capture people and put them into forced labor, but forcing somebody to do some work before they get their EBT or their welfare, that is not forced labor. That is not forced labor. So we're trying to dig through the disclosure and trying to expose it. And then they'll say that the dark German fleet is not the only secret space power. There's secret American ones, corporate ones. There's extraterrestrial federations. The dark fleet is just one player among many, but they're the bad guys. Now, I don't know about the advanced American programs. They're certainly not advanced compared to the guy named Dave Gahari runs FTJ. They're not comparable to the dark fleet, so-called. There are space alliances, and there are extraterrestrial federations. And they're not all bad guys. They're not all good guys. But you know that if they don't believe in the Abrahamics, either Jewish, Christian, or Muslim, they're the bad guys. Prisons are labor camps. And to Dagger's point, prisons are now largely private. That's a labor camp. That's a labor camp. Thanks, Dagger. Great comment. They're always the villains because they want to control everything. You live in a world where you can't even go fish without a license. That's control. You live in a world where they won't even release the Epstein files. That's secrecy. You live in a world where your governors, all of your politicians make multi-million dollars while you're ending up with too much month at the end of the money. That's elitism. You can't even drive down the road without being forced to get overpriced insurance, being forced to have a driver's license, being forced to obey stupid laws. Of course, Muslim is an Abrahamic religion. Do you see what's going on? They want to control. They want to keep it secret. They're the elites. They want to dominate us. So what do? They create this secret space program. They create this dark German fleet that's always bad so they can say they're the bad guys. Don't look at us. There might be bad guys out there doing this stuff while they're doing it the whole time. While they're doing it the whole time. And from a storytelling perspective, the Dark Fleet is kind of a science fiction version of Satan. The Emmanuel effect will be next week. White girl is right. I love seeing a white girl standing up. And I'm hoping that isn't a Templar cross. I'm hoping that's an Iron Cross. But in the traditional SSP version, fallen angels are the bad guys. The underground realms are all filled with bad guys. And they're demon kings, every one of these fleet commanders. Arnold asked me, Jeff, are you an atheist? Arnold, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Assume that you're new. Do you know for 25 years I was a Christian minister, believed in God then? Now I'm a kind of a deist with nature, ominous, Irish pantheon leanings, kind of leaning now to the gods and goddesses that we know being archetypes of our ancestors, which are helping lead us towards the divine. But let me say this so everybody understands. I believe in God. I believe in the Most High God. I believe in gods that would be called demigods or titans that are below the Most High God and above us, showing us what we can be and helping guide us to the Most High. So yes, I 100% believe in God. I just don't believe in the Bible God because he's proven himself to be false. He's proven himself to be a failure, and he's proven himself to be a coward. And in my experience, all of his followers are too, which is one reason why they create this demon, aliens are demons, bad, bad, bad. And the Dark Fleet is always described in a way where you can't really disprove it. And when contradictions appear, it's like the Q-tards. Oh, disinformation is part of their strategy. Dark Fleet functions somewhere between conspiracy theory, speculation, modern mythology, and an esoteric cosmology. And I'm not saying you have to believe in it. I think you should, because I do believe. We're going to get to that. But to say that disinformation is part of their strategy, that's a pseudo disclosure. And it says much more about the current human concerns, about our 97% Abrahamic government. It says much more about these elite power structures than it does about any so-called maybe exist type of organization. They tell us there's many factions in space. They tell us there's many alliances. So why have all of these factions? Is the Dark Fleet always the bad guys? Because within every secret space program that you'll hear, the Dark Fleet is always the bad guys, and it's always bad guys for many reasons. So in my mind, most of the SSP theology inverts and projects the historical villain role of the Abrahamic matrix. We know who's oppressing us. We know who's stealing kids. We know who's diddling kids. We know who's stealing our money. We know who's dominating us. And it ain't the SSP. It's the Abrahamic matrix. And the key to this is that it always goes back to World War II Germany, because they're the ultimate bad guys in this Abrahamic matrix. And if, just if, think with me for a minute, if somebody wanted to construct an inversion projection paradigm frame that made the folk of the European heathens the antagonists, wouldn't that make perfect sense? It's easy believism. They're bad, we're good, end of story. Militarism's bad unless it's our militarism. Eugenics is bad unless it's our eugenics. Secrets are bad unless there are secrets. A ruthless hierarchy is bad unless it's our ruthless hierarchy. So the Dark Fleet arrives with all of this baggage, and it solves their big problem. Because every grand myth needs to have angels, fallen angels. Of course, their angels are good. You got to have, if you're going to have angels, you got to have demons. If you're going to have rebels, you got to have an empire. I don't know much about Star Wars, but if you're going to have the Jedi, you got to have the Sith. If you're going to have a Federation, you got to have a Borg. We're always the bad guys. It's always white guys that are bad guys. You ever notice that? Black kid stabs a white kid, goes to jail, and it's racism. Somebody says the demiurge sent me here. You might want to take your orders from somebody else. Pardon me. Hairball. But once secret space programs start talking about extraterrestrials, space alliances, awakening humanity, some coming cosmic disclosure, you got to have a bad guy. You got to have a bad guy. And the Dark Fleet fills that gap. They try to say these Dark Fleet guys are very, very brilliant. They're very advanced. They're master strategists, but they're spiritually bankrupt. Why are all members of the German Dark Fleet spiritually bankrupt? One reason: they oppose the Jesus narrative. The end. They're ruthlessly hierarchical, and you're living in the most hierarchical society ever created in human history. They say they're obsessed with control, and you can't even fish without a license. The SSP, the Secret Space Program, and its story about the German Dark Fleet, the German Dark Fleet is a perfect straw man. It's a perfect Satan. Straight from the script, sure. You call it the scripture, I call it the script, sure. It's all over the Bible, the Old Testament, the New Testament. It's just the technological expression of who Satan is. And the dark fleet becomes a place that people can project their concerns about secret elites, about surveillance, about militarization, about technocracy. While right now, if you go to a church that has more than 250 people in it, they have Chinese level facial recognition and data scraping that they put on you every single Sunday, Wednesday. Boom. I proved this to you a few deprograms ago. They're worried about surveillance and they're surveilling you at church. They're worried about militarization. We can't stop killing folks. They're worried about technocracy while the vice president of the United States mentor is rolling out the most advanced technocratic information and surveillance web that the world's ever seen. That the world has ever seen. Can you see how it becomes a projection? Everything they're doing, and we know they're doing, they say the dark fleet is doing it, so you don't look at them anymore, and you keep it just seems to be so easy to see for me, but yet people can't. You're live with Jeffrey Daugherty. What's on your mind?
Hey, Mr. Daugherty, how are you tonight?
I'm okay. What's on your mind?
One thing, I know it's not important. I think you said you were going to get back to the other topic because in the last stream you said you were going to watch something about the Mandela effect and call it the Emmanuel effect, but you said you're going to do that next week, right?
Yeah, I got
Sure.
involved in this SSP stuff, and that's on the
Okay.
agenda. It might be a week or two, but we're definitely going to get there because I think the Mandela effect isn't what we've been told it is. And I think Emmanuel might be at the core of it.
Okay. Well, that was actually intriguing, and so that's why I asked, but I remember right before. I thought you were on Rumble, and did you drop Rumble and just go to YouTube tonight, or
Yeah, I'm
was
on
there a
Rumble, but
strategical?
I had a technological glitch. I don't know what happened. It dumped everything. That's
Right.
why I had to restart. But I'm committed to streaming live on Rumble on my Monday and Wednesday shows. I don't get much when I upload to Rumble, but I'm not ruling that out. But I will continue to go live on Rumble because I get a good number when we're live.
Yeah, I just wondered anyway. Like technical issues happen sometimes. Rumble can be glitchy too.
A little bit.
I only asked because I was trying to make sure you weren't like, having issues that I didn't understand.
No,
Now,
not at all.
I'm an indifferent party, and you said what are my questions? So tonight you're doing one type of coverage, but I'm reflecting back on your Phobos stream, and I want to see. You're the Christian whistleblower. You said you were a Christian before, and you were in the church, right?
I was for 25 years.
Okay, and you've come to, I would say, maybe a somewhat Gnostic conclusion now.
No, I would say because
You wouldn't call it that?
no, because I think, and this will make John Lamb uncomfortable, but John Lamb Lash, I think that Gnosticism still has too much Abrahamism in it for me. So I would say that if I had to put a label on myself, it would be deist / ominous / Irish heathen.
You're anti-Abrahamics, as you put it, in a sense, right?
100%.
Okay. All right. Well, at least you're perfectly clear and, spoken about your position.
Well, thank you.
I personally am, well, I'm an honest guy. I'm more of like an old school Protestant type, and I'm a Christian myself. And I see the trick that has been done that different people like the Jesuits and Jews have written into scripture, and they've changed the theology over the years. And no man is pure, and the church is one thing. It's an organic thing that's transitioned over the years, because, like we say, who's really worthy, except to take away from that and switch it on its head and invert it. Like, I just don't see how God is evil and Satan is good, even though I can see the nuance in the play of the elements in the divine drama. Sure.
Yeah, let me stop you for 1 second on
context.
something you said and get a clarification. You said that.
Okay. All right.
You said that, and we try not to use the J word because it is,
Oh yeah, we're on YouTube. I forget. I know. I realized that. So I did fuck up a little bit. Sorry about that. I'll be cool.
Yeah, you can say fuck all you want. Just lay off the J word.
No, I know what you meant.
So my question is,
I just forgot we were on Tube.
You're talking about people have manipulated the scripture, but doesn't the Bible say that all scripture is inspired by God and the words haven't changed? So if God is all powerful and his word is the biggest manifestation to humanity and the only way by which we can be saved, how in the world could the devil or any Abrahamic's power mess with the scripture?
Well, the thing is, words do change when people translate things wrong. So
no, I'm talking about the Greek and Hebrew. That hasn't changed, and I'm Bible college graduate, able to handle Greek and Hebrew. I mean, now they say there was a lion and a lamb. Now it's a wolf and a lamb. How does that happen if God's in control?
Isn't that a Mandela effect? Isn't that what one of those? Well, it's a very questionable one. That's even one that I think is strange, to be fair.
I agree with you, and that's where we get kind of to the Emmanuel effect. And again, I respect your study. I respect your open mind. But after nearly 200,000 hours of study in the biblical scriptures, and again, you're an honest guy. You're an open-minded guy. Do you really think that you should make yourself a living sacrifice? Do you really think that you should?
No, I don't think that's how it works.
But that's what it says. That's what it says. And you can't even think for yourself. Take all thoughts captive to Jesus.
No, I do. No, it's not like that.
That's exactly what it says,
bro.
But
I think that there's nuance there that you're kind of conflating with the fact that it's between Arminianism and Calvinism. Like, God gives you the ability to be who you are. I'm not myself without him creating me. I'm just a character in his story, and I'm willing to play the role.
You're willing to play that role? You're willing to be a character in somebody else's story?
Because it's a beautiful story.
That's where we differ. I write my own story. I play by my rules, not by some Jewish
I do it too. I still have to come up with my own way to do it. I'm still held accountable for figuring out how to scrape by on my own, sure. But it's not about like you say, the Jewish savior. I thought we were supposed to say that word.
Well, I mean, the savior is supposed to be Jewish, but how can you
you said be careful about that one.
How can you be a living sacrifice? How can it be when you no longer live, but Jesus lives within you? How can you be free and be a slave? In the New Testament, every time it says servant of God, it's slave.
No, I know, but look, slave it's a neutral term in the sense of it gives, like, if I'm a slave to my desires, that just means I submit. So it's about submission, but it can be duplicitous.
And I'm not okay with submission. I gave you a long time, and the Bible said that Peter said in 2 Peter, the Bible is not up to anyone's interpretation. At least you're thinking, and I appreciate that. I had a couple calls come in while you were on. I didn't want to give you the whole platform because I don't think we were getting anywhere. But if you want to call back with a specific question and we can discuss it specifically, you're welcome to do so. I appreciate you calling. That's a good call. I didn't hang up on you because there was anything wrong. I just we got other people calling so much. You're live with Jeffrey Daugherty. What's on your mind?
It's still me. This app I'm using timed out, and I didn't expect it.
No, I
apologize.
I actually ended the call because we were kind of going around. But if you have a specific question you want me to answer?
We're going around. I'm just trying to talk about theology.
Well, this isn't really a place where we're going to come in and just go round and round. If you have a specific question,
I just thought you liked theology is all. I mean,
I do.
I could. Okay.
Well, thanks
All right.
for calling. So getting back to our deprogram. When you run secret elites and you run surveillance even in church, when you're bombing the whole world, and when you're putting a Palantir surveillance grid over the entire planet, and you're saying that somebody else is bad because they're doing these same things, wow, that makes me wonder. That makes me wonder. And it makes me wonder even more when all the bad things can always be traced back to the evil heathens. The evil heathens. That's crazy. And if you want to call back with a specific question, and you'll stay to that question and you'll actually answer the questions that I ask you. Because to me, when you said I'm okay being a slave, when you said I'm okay being a sacrifice, it makes me sad that you are. But I'm not into arguing. I'm not into debating. If we can have a discussion that's based on the text and the text alone and not saying, no, you misinterpreted. I'm not even interpreting it. I'm reading it straight from the Greek or the Hebrew if it's the Old Testament. Then we can talk. Then we can talk. But why Germans as the bad guys? Why heathens as the bad guys? We produced the great philosophers. We produced the great scientists. We produced the great engineers. In all the Abrahamic matrix, Jews, Christians, and Muslims have all decided that we're the most destructive regime in history because of what they say happened in World War II. And because of that, the dark German fleet is always the bad guys. Let me see if this is the same guy again. You're live with Jeffrey Daugherty. What's on your mind?
All right. I respect you saying we can't jump around and dance around the bushes. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm just going to go ahead and say the thing. We'll just go ahead and end it for the night. Have fun. All right. So look, I want to understand your paradigm because I already told you my paradigm, and Yaldabaoth is, you know, a creation of a fallen woman who was inferior anyway. So Sophia is really not anything but a bitch, and you should have slapped.
All right. There's only two rules. Be polite. You were polite until that call. And you were no longer interesting. And the chat saying, here we go again. I won't take any more of your calls tonight. If you call back again, I'm going to block your phone number. So I think we got down to the root of the matter. You're mad. You disagree. And bro, I was right where you are. I was right where you are. And I understand the need to try to lash out because you're terrified that I might actually be right. So call back in another day and we'll have another specific talk on specific issues. But the shadow Germany heathen archetype projects the fear that everybody feels. Because what would happen if there really is a tremendous intelligence and a discipline that became detached from Abrahamic's morality? Could it be that the Dark Fleet Narodime framed stories that were created to keep thinking humans from wrestling with these questions? Our government's 97% Abrahamic. We know it's bad. Do you think there might be a connection? And do you think it might be time to try something different? Those are my questions that I'm posing with this. And the Dark Fleet is bad. The heathen Dark Fleet is bad because they're ambitious, they're power hungry, they're political maneuverers, they're ideological fanatics. Ideological fanatics say those things. about other people. Now we got just a troll. So I am going to block you as soon as I can, and you won't be allowed on the deprogram anymore. The Dark Fleet agenda is a black magic sleight of hand. Abrahamic religion. And again, Abrahamic's matrix means Proto-Abrahamics, which was the Jewish religion, second wave Abrahamics, which is the Christian religion, third wave Abrahamics, which is the Muslim religion. They're using a black magic sleight of hand trick. Now you see it, now you don't. Becomes now you see them and you don't see us. Fast Fred says he wants to be a bride. I was going to ask him that one while we were still having a discussion. Explain to me how a dude can be a bride. How could a dude be a bride? And I'm not asking anyone to watch all my videos. I'm not asking anyone to watch all my videos. Call him whenever you want. But I wonder if the Dark Fleet isn't demonizing what literally that Carl Jung would have called the shadow, which is power without conscience, knowledge without wisdom, and ambition without restraint. That sounds a lot more like the Abrahamic government we have than anything that is in SSP lore. The Dark Fleet becomes less a hidden group of people and more the archetypical inversion and projection straw man. Abracadabra. Abracadabra. I understand your thought here, but I'm not into destroying people anymore, bro. I'm not into debating anymore because what I seek is a dialectic discourse. A dialectic discourse. That means tell me what you think. I'll tell you what I think on a specific topic for the call-in purpose, and we'll talk about that topic. If we can find synthesis, great. If we can't, at least people will know that you're okay being a slave. You're okay being a living sacrifice. You're okay, evidently, with being a bride, even though you're a dude. I'm not okay with that. And people can take the information and make their own choices. I'm not here to destroy anybody. I used to like to do that, but that's ego-driven. I want dialectic discussions, or I won't be involved in debates. But I think one of the biggest oddities in this whole SSP thing is even these people that talk about how evil the Dark Fleet is, they all give a grudging respect to us. They admit we're highly competent. They admit we're disciplined. They admit we're courageous. They admit we're technologically brilliant. They never say we're weak or foolish, except they say we're weak and foolish because we have chosen trying to take our Earth back over cooperating with Abrahamic's matrix. I'll answer your question, white girl, if you answer mine. I'll answer your question if you'll answer mine. She asked, is that a Masonic ring? Is that a Templar cross? Or is that an Iron Cross? You answer, then I'll answer. Fair enough? And I think that distinction's telling. How can the evil Dark Fleet be such a great villain if they're incompetent? I think the reason that we're demonized and the Dark Fleet is demonized is because they know we're powerful. They know we're capable, and they know we're persuasive. And they're so persuasive, we're so persuasive, that they can't even allow you to be allowed to consider the truth about them objectively. Here's the ring. Can you see what that ring is? Not Masonic, right? Not Masonic. Not Masonic. So if you step back and look at the pattern objectively, the dark fleet, being Satan, being evil, being demons, comes down to the fact that it was associated with Germany. They got to have a bad guy. It projects their fears of exactly what they're doing onto somebody else. And boom. They don't want us to look at them, so they make bad aspersions on us. So whether you see the Dark Fleet as a literal hidden civilization, or whether you see it as a symbolic story and good for you, girl, on the Iron Cross, or whether you see it as a symbolic story, it still operates in the same narrative space that powerful shadow empires have occupied in human thought for over 1,000 years. And it's a story that the Abrahamic Matrix is afraid to let you hear. Too late. Too late. And I've just created something new. The link is in the information box. It was. I don't know if it's still going to be there. I don't know if it's still going to be there because the show crashed. But I'll put it up on. I'll repost this and I'll put it in the information box. I just made this poster. And it says, I do believe. It's going to be behind me opposite Sam and Dean. And you can go to my Printful store. The poster's there. There's a mug with it on both sides of the mug. And there will be a t-shirt. I couldn't find a good t-shirt of suitable quality. But it's going to be there. If you want to get one of those and hang it on your wall, take the cup to work and start some conversations and help me out a little bit. It's there and it's available for you. The link was in the box below. It's a great poster. It's supposed to look a little retro. And it says, I do believe. Because I do. And we got as close to without to, if you know what I mean. It's available now in the box below. So let me finish up with Project Odin. How many of you have heard about Project Odin? I'm going to select another nicotine patch, if you don't mind. Nicotine pouch. Project Odin. It's supposedly, yes, Darvo, deny, attack, and reverse victim and offender. Perfect. Perfect. James says he drinks Kool-Aid. At least he called. Most of them won't call. But Project Odin, if you've heard about it, was supposedly some secret satellite or space-based surveillance network. Again, proposed by Abrahamics that have space-based satellite surveillance networks. They say it's an AI-assisted intelligence system capable of monitoring global communications. And again, demonized by people that do have AI-assisted intelligence systems monitoring global communications, even in church. They say it's a tool when, well, they're kind of tools. And I didn't turn the phones off. I just turned him off. I turned him off. And I didn't beg anybody. I don't beg anybody. I invite you to call if you can be polite and if you can be interesting. If you can't, you won't be on long. And the phone lines aren't off. So this Project Odin, it projects onto Odin this idea of the all-seeing eye, this all-seeing technological eye, which is what they have. Really, that all-seeing eye as designed on the dollar bill. I did a whole deprogram on it. It's on this channel. is the eye of providence. God, the great high God watching over us. But yet they say it's Odin. And they say they're bad because they have a covert fleet and they're tracking everybody when they have it. They say that Odin is meant to monitor breakaway civilizations when Odin is a breakaway civilization. The so-called Dark Fleet. Because it fits the aliens or demons narrative. I'm glad they're calling too. I'm glad they're calling too. I really am. And if you want to get banned and blocked on my channel, just start talking about the urine thing and you're banned. See, this is the way Christians work. I did something at least 10 years ago that worked for me at the time. And they forget about everything that I've talked about from then till now and want to talk about urine. That's because you're in a bad place theologically. You're in a bad place intellectually. And you're in a bad place spiritually. You're trying to gaslight. You're trying to straw man because you ain't got nothing. You ain't got nothing. Everything bad they do, they're trying to say it's a dark fleet that does it. And Project Odin, why Odin? Because Odin in the Norse lore, or Wotan, is a seeker of hidden wisdom, which is outside the Abrahamic matrix. He's the master of secret knowledge through the runes, but you can only take every thought captive for Jesus. He's the God of war and strategy. And if there's anything that people need right now, that want to free themselves from the Abrahamic matrix, is some ideas about strategy. And they say Odin's bad because it's associated with ravens. Well, guess what? Ravens did gather him information. And Odin is a wanderer that sees what others can't. If someone wanted to invent a name for a terrifying global intelligence network to cover your terrifying global intelligence network, Odin would be the perfect symbolism. And guess what, folks? Not all who wander are lost. Not all who wander are lost. Odin sacrificed an eye in the lore, trading his comfort for truth. And Jesus stole that imagery and said, if your eye offends you, pluck it out. Bitcoin Barber, you're already timed out. I will block you if you don't start adding some good content. This is not a place for drive-by evangelism or throwing sticks and stones. And the phone lines are still open if you want to pick up the phone and call in. They're still open. In fact, I'll put the phone number in again. 913-228. What is it? 228. Is it 2855? Pardon me just one second. See, the phone lines are still open. Still open for anybody that wants to call. Where's my make it bigger screen? I'll do it right here for a second. 913-228-2586. 2586. 2 rules, maybe 3. You got to be polite. You got to be interesting. And you have to have a focused topic, a succinct statement or question. And we'll stick to that statement or question, and we won't jump all around the board. The world tree, interconnected reality. So they're afraid that we will. Do you know that the original global communication system was the Wood Wide Network? Do you know that nature has a connectivity, literally and metaphorically? We can connect through the Wood Wide Network without their worldwide network. But see, they've made Project Odin a bad guy when it's really just a technological version of the ancient archetype. An intelligence system that seeks total knowledge, doesn't stop with just one brand, doesn't stop with just one religion, doesn't stop with just one mindset. And it's willing to entertain information that's opposed to this dominant paradigm frame, which is the Abrahamics matrix. And is Project Odin part of kosher disclosure when they tell us true things? Is it a mixture of reality and Abrahamics embellishment, where an actual malevolent surveillance or intelligence capability is occulted behind layers of SSP mythology? Yes, they want us not to see that they're doing all the things they accuse us of, but they really don't want us to know that there's a force out there outside of the Abrahamic dominatrix matrix, which wants humans to be divine, sovereign, and free. And they're so afraid of us that they don't even want you to talk about us. There's always been secret programs. And labeling Odin as a malevolent matrix program is just a typical Abrahamics tactic to cover their own global controlled disclosure engine while straw manning true disclosure efforts. And for our Christian whistleblower style discussions, this concept represents a modern technological version of an ancient dream and the Abrahamics' war against acquisition of deeper esoteric knowledge. The theme runs from Odin hanging on Yggdrasil to the Eye of Providence to modern AI, which can be an aid in enlightenment, satellite surveillance controls, and all of these all-seeing systems described in apocalyptic Abrahamic literature. Well, what I find really interesting, and we're getting ready to wind down, I wish we weren't, the mythology, the technology, the disclosure, it all starts to overlap in a really intriguing way to me. And do you know that there's no publicly documented government program called Project Odin? They just made it up. They just made it up, which, to be frank with you, is like most things in the secret space program. They just made it up. It comes from what I call the YouTube echo chamber. I won't say names, but one person says something, another person repeats it. They use each other for sources. Alternative researchers, anonymous sources, and SSP personalities. In other words, the Dark Fleet portion of the secret space program is totally an Abrahamics invention. And here's some of the claims. It's the bad heathens that are creating a global surveillance system, when we know that our government has a global surveillance system. They're space guys, satellites, Space Force, orbital platforms, secret military networks. It's all perfectly crafted. It's Abrahamic pseudo-disclosure. It's disinformation. It's propaganda that occults or hides that they themselves are demonstrably locking down the last generation of real humans all over our beautiful earth. And that's what they don't want us to see. No, Dead Wolf, it doesn't mean that, because we're real, right? We do believe. Odin was created to track. Odin was created to monitor. The reality is that the spirit of Odin is being revived right now. We're disclosing these things. We're fighting these things by the Abrahamics matrix. It's a classic inversion and projection. Whatever you're doing, you say somebody else is doing it. And then you project all your evil deeds on somebody else. But hidden at the core of it all is that they know that the folk the white guys that originated it, and the kin, the black, the brown, the red, the yellow fellow that opposes the fear and guilt Abrahamics mind control matrix. They know that we possess archives of hidden historical information, and they know that we're starting to release it. And they're terrified, so they're doing everything they can to stop us. They're doing everything they can to stop us. And it's kosher disclosure. It's exactly what's happening. There is a dark fleet, and it is monitoring their movements. It is tracking their assets. It is a breakaway civilization, and it is acting as an intelligence gathering platform for the divine, sovereign, and free who want to break this Abrahamic matrix. And I'm going to blow your mind. Not only does it have white people, black people, brown people, red people, and yellow people, it's got beings from other worlds, from fake and gay space. There's werewolves, real werewolves. There's real vampires. There's real Sasquatch. There's real entities we don't even know about that are in this matrix, in this alliance against the matrix. And if you're here tonight and you're listening to me, you're at the forefront of this effort. You're the tip of the spear, baby. We're gaining momentum. I've been doing this for 12 years. I'm better than I've ever been. And our best days are ahead of us. Why are they so trying to smear Odin? Because Odin is hidden wisdom. Odin is secret knowledge. You just haven't met the right vampires, Arnold. I've met some good ones. The secret knowledge that you don't have to be content with being a slave. You can be a slave if you want, but you don't have to be. You don't have to take all your thoughts captive to some ideology. You can entertain thoughts from all ideologies. They don't like it because we tell them you have to sacrifice for understanding. You got to give some things up. They don't like that the birds are our friends and we're connected to the Wood Wide Network. They don't like that we look beyond worlds and across worlds. And if you were trying to design a propaganda cover effort to occult and hide your own intelligence network, creating Project Odin would be a perfect misnomer, which means a proper misnaming. Because Odin sits at the intersection of several modern themes. Artificial intelligence, and we're going to have Tanhawk on, and AI is a terrible master, but it can be a great servant. It can even help you in your path of enlightenment. We're revealing that they're mass surveilling us. We're revealing that they're observing us from space. We're also bringing hidden knowledge. We're bringing true disclosure. And we're showing you these mythological archetypes. And their propaganda resonates because people get it. And somewhere, somebody can see the whole board. And essentially, that's what Odin represents. A being seeking total awareness. And that is their greatest fear. It terrifies them. Let me reduce this. How do I reduce it? I'll reduce it here. You're live with Jeffrey Daugherty. What's on your mind?
Hey Jeff, how you doing tonight?
I'm good. What's on your mind?
Oh, not much. I just wanted to clarify something with you. I heard a little bit in earlier in your show.
It's a deprogram, not a show.
Okay, gotcha. So you said you had 200,000 hours studying this?
Yes, I did.
Earlier. Gotcha. So how many hours does that equate to a day? Because I'm just curious. Because like if you studied 8 hours,
let me answer your question before you go on your rant. I started this when I was 16 years old.
Okay. How old
just
are you
in
now?
this, I'm 63, and just in this deprogram, there's over 20 hours of study in it. I was a full-time minister for 20 years, part-time for 25 years. Do the math, break it down, and 200,000 is probably a conservative estimate. Thanks for your question. I see where you're going. Do the math, folks. Trust me, it adds up. George Norrie asked me live on air on Coast to Coast AM. And he took out his calculator and did the math. He says, I get it. You're right. You're live with Jeffrey Daugherty. What's on your mind?
Hey, what's your favorite flavor of piss?
That's Christianity right there for you. That's our opposition. That's the people we're fighting. That should make you feel really, really good. Gloom or doom, I'm going to give you something to think about. Lovecraft was one of us. And he was trying to open our minds to it. Just wanted to throw that in for your consideration. Beings seeking total awareness is what they fear the most. And have you ever asked yourself, why do all of these so-called disclosure movements always choose our heathen names? Odin, Valkyrie, Asgard, Darkfleet, Black Sun. All this shows that the Abrahamic Matrix is terrified. They're panicking. They know that we're finally kinning. We're finally understanding what's going on. And that terrifies them. They know we're waking up. And they know that when we wake up, we win. Watch that again. This comes straight out of the book of Ezekiel. Does that look benevolent to you or malevolent? Does that look like something that's there to help you or something that's there to hurt you? That all-seeing eye. In ancient scripture, in the Bible, there's beings that aren't human. They're like wheels. They're covered in eyes. Ezekiel talks about it. They're always watching. They see you when you're sleeping. They know when you're awake. They know if you've been bad or good. They're making a list. They're checking it twice. They're finding out who's naughty and nice. Always watching. Never stopping. Some aliens are demons. Some aliens are demons.
So Epstein, he buys up all these scientists. They get laid off down there in New Mexico, and he buys them all up and he starts hiring them. And he does it for edge.org. What they're trying to do is they're trying to solve the psychoid layer. The psychoid layer is like where you know the world is magic. Like you know this is a realm of God. But you forget and you go back to work to make money, to pay the bills, and you get into the toil of things, but you really know that it's a spiritual realm. But they know it's a spiritual realm. They don't have a secondary thing. They already have all the money, so they're just figuring out what the psychoid is. So the way that they would try to solve the psychoid is through the wave interference pattern. The wave interference pattern is where they shoot these electrons through these two slits. And as you observe the electron, it stays in physical form. But if you're not observing it, the electrons turn into waves, and the waves can split between slits, and whenever they go through, they bounce off each other, and then those waves bounce and those waves bounce, and it causes a wave interference pattern. That's not exact, but that's the basics behind it. Because I don't want some asshole telling me, let's roll this slightly this. I know what it is. Because the reason I know what it is because that's what they're studying, and they're studying the way that these fractal patterns happen in reality. And once you understand that, you kind of can understand that money isn't real. It's an illusion. But you believe it's real, but really it's energy. And it's these little energy bubbles that exist beyond the veil of consciousness. Beyond the veil are energy bubbles, and in the energy bubbles, they have modalities. And these modalities have codes that are not changeable. But you can project onto them through these waves and call it a submodality, which slightly changes the energy. So you're broke, you're poor, you have money, you don't have money. It's not real. And try your best. Something happens. That's the way it is. That's why you have $10,000 and you're like, saved it up. Whoops, the motor blown up. I have zero. Because it's energy. It's a flow of energy. So they want to solve that, and they also want to solve the translatory language beyond the Yoganandan dialect, this language that gets spoken, grunts and symbols from the ancient times, which form onto these modalities symbols that have entanglements, and those entanglements have emotional charge and all this stuff. And it's too much for the human mind. Like, you can see it happening. You can watch it happening, and people can walk along with me and they'll be like, oh my God, that's freaking, no way that you could do that. No way. But it's just because it's just really obvious.
And that's a great description of the fear and guilt, blood magic, Abrahamics matrix. 47 years is 17,155 days, 250,000 hours, 200,000 hours, I'll be conservative, is 1.45 hours a day. Ask Cynthia how many hours I spent down here today. At least 10. Ask Cynthia how many days I'm down here so long she has to come down and get me. The maths. But it's interesting. That's the second thing to the urine. Well, Jeff, that's a lot of hours. And these guys, almost every time, and girls, haven't even read their Bible once from cover to cover. That should tell you something. Damn, I'm running out of show. The poster's available. I'll get the link in the box if it's not there now. But let's finish with this. Men who walk through walls. This comes from the Skeptoid podcast, and I thought they were really good. Maybe this is just a swing and a miss. They admit there's MK Ultra. They admit there's Project Stargate. But they question the fact that America has gone all in investigating psychic powers. It is a conservative estimate, Jay Bing. It's a very conservative estimate. I try to be conservative in my estimates. They question the fact that American intelligence went all in investigating psychic powers. They question that the government is not focusing attentions on UFOs. They say it seems like the entire government's thinking about nothing but flying saucers. And they say, but in reality, it's just a tiny core of well-connected UFO believers and a small number of non-scientific congressmen. How can smart guys miss it so bad? You're live with Jeffrey Daugherty. What's on your mind?
Hey, Jeff. I remember a long time ago you said that you liked the Rocky Horror Picture Show.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you. And you were going for nonsense on that. These are our enemies. They can't talk about text and facts. They got to go to straw man ad hominem arguments. How can guys like Skeptoid say that the U.S. government hasn't gone into full-scale investigation of psychic powers? How can they say the government is not focusing on UFOs when Trump is talking about it all the time? So's Hegseth. How can they say it's just a tiny little minority? They're saying it's just a PR event. It's not the government, they say. It's one small, loud, influential group. How can they say this? How can they say this? Maybe it's a swing and a miss. Maybe it's a good podcast typically. But man, they blew that one, and it makes me wonder why they would blow that one. He says there's not even a significant number of people talking about UFOs. They say that the military intelligence did not invest heavily in psychic warfare. And then they say, so the next time you see some big government UFO news, take comfort in the fact that it's a tiny minority. And a loud minority can sound like a majority, especially when the majority has something better to do than make noise. Let me lay some facts on you. There was a new survey done less than a year ago. More than half of Americans believe aliens exist. Is that a tiny minority? Is that a tiny minority? Not going to do it. You've lost your place. A survey, and this comes from Coast to Coast AM, which I've been on more than a dozen times. Half of Americans believe aliens exist. They surveyed over 1,000 people. 56% say we definitely believe in aliens. Is that a tiny minority? 47% on top of that expressed the belief that aliens have visited Earth. And 42% said within recent years. Is that a tiny minority? Why are they trying to belittle this? 73% said the government would hide evidence if they had any proof of extraterrestrials. That's my phone ringer. I'm not going to answer your call. Keep calling back. I keep track of the numbers. I'm not answering. You've shown yourself to be a low integrity individual that can't be polite or interesting. CBS News, 63% believe in extraterrestrial life. This suggests that UFOs have moved from a fringe topic into something much closer to mainstream American culture. I'll check and see if this isn't that same low integrity idiot. It's the same one. I'm not going to answer your calls. See, this is a troll. They don't want to talk about anything that means anything. And I'm not going to interrupt the rest of the deprogram for that. And here's an interesting thing. 75% of Americans think the government would hide this stuff from us. And do you know that 67% of Americans identify as Christians? 97% government is Christian. What percentage of Christians do you estimate believe that aliens are demons? Those that are active in prophecy, over half. Is that a tiny percentage? Is that a tiny percentage? I don't think so. Why is Skeptoid swinging and missing on that? All Americans, 75%. All Christians, 80%. Evangelical Christians, 85%. It's not a tiny minority. Of evangelical Christians, 85% of them believe the government would hide information from them. And yet, here's a different number. You're live with Jeffrey Darty. Are you a troll, or do you actually have something to say?
No, I'm not a troll. I'm just curious. Why did you stop drinking urine?
That's a troll. They got nothing better to do and nothing better to say. So if 85% of evangelical Christians believe, that the government would lie to them, how do they deal with this verse in Romans? There is no power but the power that is ordained by God. If you resist the power, which is the government in the Greek, you will be damned. If you're afraid of the government, you should be, because if you don't do what they say, they will kill you. For this cause, you should pay your taxes to this evil government, because God set them up. That is just staggering. And here's my receipts. What percentage of the elected officials in the United States are Christian, Jewish, and Muslim? The members of the 119th Congress, which is in session right now, 87% of the members are Christian, 6% of the members are Jewish, and almost 1% are Muslim. 87 and 6 is 93. So let's just say it's 94% of the government that we all know is the problem is in the Abrahamic matrix. Do you think the Abrahamic matrix might be the problem? Do you think? You're live, troll. What's on your mind? Bye. This is what we're left with. Children. Children. We know the government is the problem. $85 or 94% of the government is Abrahamics. Do you know what I mean now? If we know the government's the problem, and 94% of them are Abrahamics, do you think maybe the Abrahamics would be the problem? And do you think that the key to fixing the problem with our government might be getting rid of, let's say, 94% of them? It's just a question. It's just a question.
I remember saying in the final days of 2025 that 2026 would be the year of the alien. This Spielberg movie would be a peg on which other stuff would be hung. Within literally weeks of the turn of the year, you had Trump saying they were going to release more footage and be more transparent about the whole UFO subject. For that to coincide with this movie coming out, for me, I mean, it's not a coincidence. I said from the start that the Disclosure Day movie would be a psyop, a misdirection, in other words. The other thing that you can see from authority in general is that it lies to us, because if you're going to control billions of people, you have to control their perception. You have to control their perception of reality, their perception of self, and you have to control their perception of the world in general and how they see it. And so if you want to do that, the last thing you want is for your target population to know the truth of what's happening in any area, not just this one, in any area. So what you can be sure of is whatever they put on public display is what they want us to see. And what they don't put on public display is what they absolutely don't want us to see, because it would affect our perception of everything. And what Spielberg is saying there, and I've seen his interviews in the promotion of the film, is that basically it's going to change people's sense of reality in relation to, quote, aliens. And he's even also said that it's going to have Christians reevaluating their beliefs. Well, I found that a bit OTT when one of the kind of points of the film, one of the scenes in the film, is a nun basically saying, no, this is not going to affect our sense of, quote, God. It's just that God didn't say that humans were his only creation. They said that they were his superior creation on earth. That he would have created other species, beings as well. So the emphasis on, you've got to, as a Christian, reevaluate everything, didn't really come across as a prime theme in the film at all. But what did was the way the whole alien story was portrayed. You can go two ways, and they go both ways in terms of government and society in general, in terms of the manipulation of the population via the alien threat, or however you portray it. One is you can go down the road of fear, where you're terrified of an alien presence, and you give your power away to government and military to protect you from the aliens. And the chosen direction of Spielberg, I think his other movies can confirm that, is sympathetic portrayal of the alien presence, where you, as this film does, it wants you to be empathetic with them in the sense of the word empathy, which is a word and a term and a part of the film that Spielberg has emphasized in his promotional interviews. There is a point where it's said, in effect, that the aliens are saying to humans, you must be more empathetic, you must have more empathy, or the world will go on as it is. And the implication was that the aliens have empathy. And there is also the sympathetic portrayal of, like, the Roswell footage. What the
I know David Icke doesn't always get it right, but he does hit on some things that are right. And he said some really interesting stuff here. They are trying to gin up this fear. Maybe they've decided we can't hide aliens anymore. And we'll say everything that's not Christian or that doesn't align with the Bible is a demon. But at the same time, they're setting up a Project Bluebeam type Jesus-friendly alien disclosure. And I think this is what I watched the whole thing, but I mean, we're not even halfway through, so we're not going to watch all of it. But there's many different psyops running simultaneously. Number one, anything that's not Christian, anything that doesn't align with the Jesus narrative is a demon. Number two, any alien that doesn't align with the Jesus narrative is also a demon. But it may be that they've realized that they can't stop alien disclosure. They can't stop alien disclosure. So they've got to get a positive alien narrative going. And that would be really afraid of every alien that doesn't believe in Jesus. But guess what? Maybe they're setting up a second coming Jesus, or aliens that come and say, oh, yes, Jesus is real. Maybe they're setting us up. So tonight we had our clips, we had our commentary. We talked about Elvis. We talked about Flat Earth a little bit. We talked about the green glow, the Sasquatch, the UFO, the Fae. We talked about World War II craft. We talked about the secret space program in the Dark Fleet. We talked about Project Odin. We talked about men who walk through walls. We touched aliens or demons. And we had David Icke talking about Disclosure Day. I'll give another try to these people because I got nothing else to do. You're live with Jeffrey Daugherty. What's on your mind?
Hi, Jeff. How you doing tonight?
What's on your mind?
Happy Sunday. Oh, well, I just I was watching your show, and I see you talk a lot about aliens, and that kind of interested me. So, do you actually believe in, like, what is it, like space aliens, or do you believe in do you believe like the beings in the Bible are aliens?
Yes, to all your questions.
Yes. Okay.
Did you watch the show so far? Because I think we covered that fairly extensively.
Yeah, I have been watching the show. I've been enjoying it. It's a great show. And I understand. I guess I understand what you're trying to do. You're trying to, I guess, wake people up from the Matrix, right? The Abrahamic Matrix, as you call it.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Well, so there's actual evidence in the Bible. And so I know you're a preacher, so you know a lot about this.
Wait a second. You just
there's
said there's
actual
evidence in the Bible. I would take exception with that, but go ahead.
Well, the Bible has been rewritten many times. That's what I've heard. I've actually never read it.
So you've never read the Bible, and you're calling up to discuss the Bible with me?
Yes, sir.
Don't you find that a little odd?
Well, I mean, I'm not trying to debate scripture. I was just kind of curious about the alien talk because I never knew that there was actual alien beings in the Bible.
Jesus said he's not from this world. That sounds like an alien to me. And by the way, this idea that the Bible's been rewritten a bunch of times, it really hasn't. The Greek and Hebrew hasn't really changed. But I mean, if you haven't even read it, I find it interesting that you want to call up and discuss scripture. Maybe you might want to read it first before you discuss it.
Yeah, that's a great point, and I just, it's been a long time since I've been to church, and I used to read it. I used to grow up going to church every Sunday.
Yep.
And I did used to read it back, when I was young, but now I don't. So, but
that's probably better for you at this point, to be frank with you.
Right. So, I mean, like, honestly, I've, no offense to any Christians out there, but it's just boring. It's just a boring book.
Wait a
it's
second.
Very dry.
How
It's
could
like
the
reading a text.
only word of God to man possibly be boring?
Yeah.
So is God who created
All right, I'm
everything a
sorry.
bad writer?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Is the God who created everything a bad writer?
Well, as far as I know, he didn't write it. It was Moses, I think, that wrote the Old Testament, and then I don't know. I don't even know. I guess there was many writers of it.
So can you come to an actual question or a point here for me?
Yeah. I was just curious about the aliens. You're talking about aliens. So have you ever seen an alien? Like, have you ever experienced anything?
Yes.
Extraterrestrial.
Yes.
Can you explain?
That's what I do over and over on the program. Thanks for the call. You got a little boring. You were polite. Thank you. You got a little boring. Try to stick to one track, folks. Try to stick to one track. You're live with Jeffrey Daugherty. What's on your mind?
I'm sorry. I don't know why I cut out.
Because I hung up. You're getting boring.
Oh, okay. Well, sorry about that.
Well, so I think that probably the best thing is for you to, I don't know what the best thing is for you, man. You got to search within yourself and decide what's the best thing for you.
All right. Well, I was kind of hoping to hear like some alien stories.
Well,
I like aliens. They're pretty interesting.
You will. Keep coming back. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. So we kind of had a rollicking good time tonight. And we still got morons in the chat. I'll just block them. I'll just block them. I'll just block them. But C. Noble asked me, she put a comment on the channel, I think. And it was fascinating. She said something about the Magic 8 Ball being right like 99% of the time. So you know me. Let me turn on the light. Is business from the waist up, but not so much from the waist down. So I had a feeling she wasn't trolling. So I went on Amazon. And I bought the original Magic 8 Ball. The original Magic 8 Ball. And by the way, dumbass, you look healthy like all urine consumers. Can't even spell urine, by the way. Can't even spell urine. But do you know that every single skincare product in the world contains urine? So even when you try to be a dumbass, you help prove my point. And the very fact that I tried urine therapy shows that I think, and the very fact that you want to be an idiot shows that you don't. So I bought the Magic 8 Ball, the original Magic 8 Ball. We'll have it deboxing. I actually deboxed it already. C. Noble says it's 99% accurate. Let's try it. Let's try it. Is Jeff wearing a black coat tonight? Maybe I got a bum Magic 8 Ball. It says, consult me later. Well, that's because Rooney's toys are on the floor. Am I wearing a black coat tonight? It says, I guess I need to switch to the old guy glasses. Am I wearing a black coat tonight? She said it's 88% accurate. It says no. 0 for 1. Oh, and this, no, it didn't. It says looks like yes. So it's right on that. What's a better question? Somebody asked me a black Magic 8 Ball question. Let me ask somebody ask a Magic 8 Ball question. The Magic 8 Ball reads the truth. I don't know the answer to this or not, but did the Vegas Golden Knights lose tonight? Consult me later. Is there a whole bunch of consult me laters on here? You know, I just took it out of the box. Maybe it has to be warmed up. Did the Vegas Golden Knights lose tonight? So shall it be. Did they lose tonight? It says they did. Somebody tell me. Is Trump an alien? I think this one just has to be warmed up because I can't see it. You can count on it. Trump is an alien. No, Ludwig, he didn't. Oh, Ludwig's back. Oh, here's a good one. Is there a spirit in each Magic 8 Ball? Chances are not good. So let's switch into some rod questions. Yes or no for the rods? Yes or no for the rods? Did the Vegas Golden Knights lose tonight? Yes. I don't know the answer. Did they? Is Trump an alien? Says yes. So then the Magic 8 Ball was right about the Vegas Golden Knights. You have to what to it? I don't know. Anybody have is Looking Glass technology real? Yes. So the Magic 8 Ball was right about the Vegas Golden Knights. It was right. It was right over 80% of the time, which I find very, very interesting. I find that very, very interesting. Does anybody have any Rod questions? We'll wrap it up. Was that shooting in the place where the hockey team lost tonight a hoax? It says yes. Will we see aliens this year? It says yes. How about that? You don't have to stand for the rods to work. I've been doing this for at least 10 years. Deadwolf says, are we still in the SSP? It says yes. Very interesting, Deadwolf. I haven't seen one of those ever. Has Trump been shown recovered alien corpses or captured living beings? Yes, it says. I love that the Christian trolls are back. That means I'm doing my job. That means I'm doing my job. I know the answer to this one for me, C. Noble. Are some of us here on this earth? Can't answer that. Can't ask that. Are some of us here on this earth not from this earth? Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm blocking a lot of bitches tonight. Is JFK Jr. alive? No. What else we got? What else we got? Let me go over here and show you what we got coming up on Wednesday. I think you'll like it. I think you'll like it. Will we see zombies? Yes. Arnold says I got raided tonight by a group on Rumble called Trogs. That makes perfect sense. Were the missing children in the Hawaii fires taken? Yes. Is Michelle Obama a man? We know that one. Yes. Is Rooney an alien? Nope. Sorry, Rooney. Rooney's not an alien. Is Elon Musk an alien? Yes, he's not from this earth. Is Jeffrey Darty an alien? Yes, I'm not from this earth. Is Jama an alien? Yes, she's not on the earth. Was the CIA behind the assassination attempt against Trump? No. No. I love it. Ludwig, you're being very, very polite tonight. I didn't know you had it in you. Is JD Vance an alien? No. What not ask am I? Is what the heck gay? Says no. Says no. All right. We're getting into silly season. We're getting into silly season now. What do we got coming up? Pardon me. Pardon me. Well, our next D program. Our next D program is going to be this one right here, baby. And this is going to be a good one. It'll be Wednesday night. And it's going to be this discussion, kind of a follow-up on one we did before. It's going to be called Nephilim, Sons of God Decoded. What are we going to talk about? We're going to talk about clips. Let me see if this is an of a troll. What's on your mind?
Good evening. I called to talk to you about a mutual acquaintance of ours. Do you know Mr. Flood?
I do. I don't know him. I know of him being a little bitch on FTJ.
Well, did you know that he turned out to be half Choctaw?
I did not. How is that relevant? They say that Flood turned out to be half Choctaw, half Cherokee and Choctaw.
His baby, she's a Chippewa.
Yeah, she's one of a kind.
Yeah. Unironically, he smokes teeth.
He smokes what?
Teeth.
Teeth?
He smokes teeth. Yeah. Like his teeth are like so filled with meth that he pulled them out and like actually like smoked them to get high. Like hand to God.
He sounds like a really interesting fellow.
Yeah.
Anything else to add?
Well, I think that you know it would be a good deed if you were to reach out to him and like try to help him. You know, he's like in a dark place right now.
You know what? If he wants to reach out to me, I'll be glad to talk with him, but I don't have the time and I don't have a whole lot of interest. I hate, that's just reality.
I'd have to agree with you. Flood is beneath my notice.
He was the one that whined and bitched and moaned. So, anything else you want to add? Thanks for not being an asshole.
Well, this came out after they kicked you off FTJ. Just so you know.
Imagine that. This all came out about this guy named Flood being a meth head and smoking his own teeth. I appreciate it. Anything else you want to add?
No, that's all, sir.
Hey, thanks for calling in. See, we actually did get a decent call out of it. So on this next deprogram, I want to get you ready for it. We are going to talk about some stuff that's going to, I think, surprise you, some stuff that's going to make you say, wow. We're going to talk about clips and commentary. We're going to talk about the book of Job. We're going to talk about the sons of God specifically in the book of Job. We're going to ask, is the old turning point the same? Is the new turning point the same as the old one? Bible chronological. We'll look at Genesis 6, the two witnesses. Shabbat Shalom, Daddy's home. Fallen angels. And I will do a Charlie Kirk palmistry evaluation. And we'll look at the Borg of Heaven coming on Wednesday night. You're live with Jeffrey Daugherty. What's on your mind?
Well, hey, Jeff, I just want to say I think it's very interesting and brave that you're awakening people to the Abrahamic lies. And this is my question. I heard tell that you were a flat earther and that you also believe in aliens. And I was just curious if you could explain that a little bit more, like how that works.
See,
so
guys,
I'm a little bit newer to the show.
That's how you do it. You call in and you ask a specific question. Well done. I had a time where I flirted with flat earth movement, and there was probably even a time I would have told you that I'm a flat earther. Probably was a time I would have told you that because I was searching, researching, opening my mind to different possibilities. I'm not a flat earther anymore. I don't think that answers all the questions. And I do believe that space is real. It's not fake and gay. What it is, we don't know. I am convinced, even from the Bible, if I just stuck to the Bible, that there are extraterrestrial entities. I'm convinced there is a fleet in space that is waiting for us to step up and do our part, and they will come back and help us, but they will not come back to save us. Did I answer your questions? I think I did.
Yeah. I just like, would you say they're like more? Maybe it's like an interdimensional thing, like a metaphysical space, like not like space, but like I guess it's like intertwined with space. So like kind of like more like a metaphysical alien from a higher dimension.
That's very, very possible. I mean, Rabbi Laitman, on that clip that I always play, he said that they're from another dimension. Hey, I got another call coming in. Do you have a wrap up?
Nope. Thanks for piss-filling me.
Thanks for being a great caller. That's the way you do it, folks. That's the way you do it. We'll never get two in a row, will we? This one's unknown. Okay, what you got?
Who is this?
This is Jeffrey Daugherty, the Christian whistleblower. Who is this? You got a sexy voice.
This is Bert Colucci's wife.
This is whose wife?
Bert Colucci's.
I don't know who that is, but Do you have
He's
something
the
on your
leader
mind?
of, yeah, kill all Jews and niggers.
Oh,
Hitler's
you
like,
can't say that. No, out. Come on now, girl. You know you can't do that. You know you can't do that. And you know, a guy that you're probably aware of had a little mustache. He said, and I quote, "Our work can't be based on hatred. It has to be based on facts and knowledge." And what you just did, I mean, I understand your frustration, but that ain't the way to go, my friend. That ain't the way to go. And even the guy that you probably like said that ain't the way to go. She wasn't polite. You got to give her high marks on interesting, though. That was kind of interesting. You're welcome to call back if you can leave the colorful metaphors out of your discussion. And I agree. That is oh, that's Miss Colucci. Oh, Bert Colucci's wife. I get it. I get it. Thank you, Ludwig. Thank you, Ludwig. I had some interaction with Bert, but I guess I'm pretty glad that it didn't go any further than that. You know, you hit it on the head. See, Noble, it's trashy. It's trashy. It's lowbrow. And I understand the frustration. But man, what are you going to do with the black people that hate the Abrahamic matrix as much as we do? And the painter had worked with Africans. It was a disgusting thing to say. That's why she was gone. We don't support that. We don't support that on the Steve program. And if you want to call in, I'm still here. But you got to be polite. You got to be interesting. What do you say we go with this one? Clue. I'm finishing my affiliate relationship with a nicotine provider. Hate is not the answer. Hate is not the answer. I don't stream on GTV anymore because I love HT. HT's a friend of mine. But either my technical ability is lacking or GTV is just super, super wonky. GTV works really well if you stream just to GTV. But if you're trying to stream to GTV in other places, it just doesn't work. And besides, I can't get any viewers on GTV. Probably because I don't sound like, well, I don't know why. Maybe I'm just not that interesting to GTV. I'm just not that interesting to them. And I can accept that. I can accept that. And GTV does a great job. It's probably my fault. It's probably my fault. And I'm not saying that I can't stream them with my current technical capabilities. Let's put it that way. Let's put it that way. The phone lines are still open. Let me get the number up here again. See, we do have some good callers, and I'm glad that we do. I don't go live at random times. I go live Monday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. Central every single week. I've been doing it for at least 3 months. Sorry, I got a little snarky, but I used to go live at random times. Of course, I was going live 10 times a day. There's the phone number, 913-228-2586. 913-228. Why don't I memorize that? 2586. That's the call-in number. If you want to call in, hit me up. Hit me up. Kylie makes a point. There is a lot of hate over there. I get it. I understand it. I just don't think that's the best way for us to go about our business. But it does get people activated. It does get people interested. I mean, HT was just on Alex Jones. I haven't been on Alex Jones. So, I mean, he's having some effect. Here's this troll again. I'll give him one more chance. I guess I should hide his phone number. You got one more shot not to be an asshole.
No, I'm not trying to be an asshole.
Yes,
Jeff.
you are.
No. Look. Let me cook. I only wanted to say I came in good faith to have conversations because a lot of people have questions. Like there's a lot of guys out here who have a lot of questions, and so the fact that you even have a call in is the reason we call anyway. So I wasn't trying to come off like a total prick. Okay.
Okay. Well, do you have a question or a comment that we can specifically discuss?
Yeah. Okay. I'll go ahead and make a succinct question. Look.
Please.
Yeah. What is the method that we get to the Monad and Sophia, and how did Christianity subvert us? Was it written? I mean, is it all written by the Jews, or is there like a mystery that people don't understand? Because how do people have power and cast out demons or stop sleep paralysis with the name Jesus Christ?
Okay,
so
number
I just
one,
wonder what you thought.
I'll answer you. The reason why they're able to, and this is from a guy that was an evangelist for 25 years. I preached on 5 continents. I've cast out demons on 5 continents. And here's the truth. The demons and the preachers and the priests are working together. Here's how it works. You manifest a demon in your meeting. A lot of people get excited. You record it. You sell CDs. You sell tapes. You get another booking. And then the demon, as part of the deal, is he gets to go out after putting on a show and get 7 more people, more demons, more entities worse than him, and come back in. So now you got the father entity and the son entity. They bring in 7 more. That's 16. And you get 7 more every single time. No, that's the answer. You asked me a question.
No. I wanted to ask you going from there. You said the Father and the Son, but I understand multitudes of demons can come back and attack someone when they're angry with them, right?
Yeah.
But what did the Father and Son have to do with the multitudes of legion? How does that equate?
Okay, that's a question. Let me answer it. Does the Bible say or not say, Jesus quoting words of Christ in the blood red of children, I stand at the door and knock, just like Dracula. If you open the door, listen to me.
I know. I'm listening, but
I'm answering. Jesus said, I stand at the door and knock. If you open the door and invite me in, just like Dracula has to do, then I and my Father will come in and live in you. If you're in the woods, that's demonic.
Look,
but if you're in the church, you're still getting possessed by 2 entities and you're okay with it.
Look,
why?
And I know about fallen people in the church, and there's a lot of masonry and deception.
We're talking about Jesus and the Father. Stick to the question you asked.
Look.
No, you look.
Okay,
I'll
go back. No.
You're going to get hung up on. What's your choice? Answer the question.
I just want to talk.
You know what? Let me give you a little
You
hint.
just like to flex, though. You want to be an ass to me, but I'm trying to talk.
Question. Why are you?
I am going to answer
Why are
the
you
question.
okay inviting 2 entities into your body?
No entities have entered my body.
Did you get saved? Then you got
Saved
at least
and
2. I got
in
another
which
caller. Jesus. You're live with Jeff Marty.
Hey, where can we find your show at?
You're on my show.
Well, to listen to what you're talking about without being on the phone.
It's on YouTube under the Christian Whistleblower.
Christian Whistleblower.
Are you Commander Colucci's wife?
Maybe.
Well, I think you just called in last time and said you were his wife, and I forgot who he was, and somebody said, "Oh, that's Commander Colucci's wife." So, give my regards to him. I think I've talked to them a little bit here.
I'm not really his wife. He's a really bad man.
So you lied to me. You called my show and lied to me.
Well, I was figuring out who you were.
You still got a sexy voice, though.
You do too.
I'm just trying to
Well,
throw you off your game a little bit. I'm very happily married. I'm just being silly.
no, you're all right.
Do you have a question for me?
Where to find the show, and I'm gonna tune in. Thank you, sir.
Hey, thank you. Feel free to call back anytime. Sorry to
Okay.
be messing with you a little bit.
It's okay. Hail Hitler.
Don't say that stuff on my show. You're going to get me banned. I do not endorse that. This is information only. The views expressed by the callers are not necessarily in alignment with the views of the host. We keep that part on the DL. Okay? We don't talk about that because that's how a brother gets banned. And I'm not trying to get banned. So there you go. There you go. So brother says, I invited 2 entities into my heart, but I didn't invite any entities into my heart. See, when you take it out of the Christian context and put it in the real world context, then it changes things and they get all upset, right? They get all upset. And like Kylie says, this show is just for entertainment purposes only. It's just, no, she was pretty polite except for the end. She knew what she was doing. Don't do that to me. Please don't do that to me. Please don't do that to me. Maybe you're trying to get me kicked off. I don't know. And when I get hate mail on a daily basis and death threats on a monthly basis, I got to be a little careful. You know what I mean? One more time. 913-228. We're going back to late night in the Heartland days. 2586. That's the call-in number. If you can be polite, if you can be interesting, call in now. Boom. Let's see. They ain't banned me. Dead Wolf is class of 88. I'm 81. Good for you. Cannibalism and spirit possession is not my bag. Mine either. But isn't it interesting? Isn't it interesting that if you invite, and Jesus knocks just like Dracula. He says, will you invite me in? And if you do, him and his father come live in you. Now, obviously, they don't bodily climb into you. They don't bodily climb into you. Should we try it again? You're on a really short leash. What's on your mind?
Hey, Jeff, it's me again.
Can't hear you.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can now. What's on your mind?
So, a long time ago, you said you were a fan of the Rocky Horror Picture Show.
You gotta admit I'm trying. I'm trying to these guys. Oh, this one I know is going to be good. Let me reduce this, Steve. I don't even see your number. Hello, great one. What's on your mind?
Oh, wow, it's working.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
it's
anyway.
working.
Well, we're going to have a detailed discussion about this thing called hatred.
Okay, I'm open. Go ahead.
Right. You just ain't never going to extinguish my hatred that I have for things that are wrong, things that are evil, things that I strongly desire to remove from Goddess Mother Earth, etc., etc. So,
And I hear you, and
yeah.
I agree with you. And I don't
Just
think
some
that's
more deep.
I don't think that's what the person we referenced was talking about. He was talking about, some of the lowbrow stuff that comes across from time to time.
Yeah, okay. Very good.
But I
Carry
agree with
on.
you, Steve. I mean, we do have to tap into that. I mean, that's part of the, we showed that thing the other night, Kali and Shiva, and we've got the
Yeah.
berserker and we've got our high intellect. So
Yeah, you're
there's
talking
both
to
sides.
a berserker.
I know, and I got the berserker in me too, bro. Thanks for the call, my friend. Anything else you want to add?
That is all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think somebody else is ringing in. Jay Bing says I'm being nicer. I'm being nicer than they would be. The guy referencing the Rocky Horror thing, here we go again. No substance to talk about. Don't want to talk about the Bible. Don't want to talk about anything real. This is what you call gaslighting, straw man tactics. Back almost 30 years ago, I was working for Marriott. I was still a Christian. I will stop hanging up when you stop being impolite and uninteresting. You have to be polite and you have to be interesting, or I will hang up on you. So it was almost 30 years ago. It was I think it was like 2002. So that's almost 25 years ago. I was working for Marriott and I was still a Christian. It is kind of fun, isn't it? And the phone is ringing off the wall. And my daughter wanted to go on a trip. I don't know where you can watch my old sermons, and if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. She wanted to go on a trip, and it was like $1,000 trip. And Marriott had this, we were in Lake Tahoe. They had this Halloween party, costume party. I don't know if it was Halloween or not. We had to dress up in a costume. The winner got, I think it was $2,500. Might have been only 15, but it was a lot of money. And my daughter says, listen, let me dress you up like, I think it was the Frankenfurter character. So I bought, went to the secondhand store and got a wig and got, like a bustier kind of thing and some, what do you call those things you ladies wear, stocking or something? And we nailed it. She did the makeup. This is back in the days of VHS, and we stopped it, and she did the makeup. Yes, I did see Levitation. And I went in there and I learned the whole song, come on down to the lab and see what's on the slab. And I did the whole thing. You don't get to pick the ringtone. I did the whole thing, did the dance, and I walked away with $2,500. Yes, I did. Not a fan of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. It was a movie. It had some interesting lines in it, right? It had some interesting lines. And I won $2,500. So that's the big, terrible story that they all want to talk about, but they don't want to talk about anything that means anything. So that's the story. And I won $2,500 to send my dollar on the trip. So there you go. That's what they're referencing. Yeah, the Rocky Horror Picture Show, not my cup of tea either. But that's the story. Jameis thought about dressing up as him. Why are you a cross-dresser, Jama? Why are you a cross-dresser? See, every one of those calls is proof that I'm right. Because they never want to call and discuss anything. And even when a direct question, they won't answer the direct question. It's an easy question. Are you okay with two entities possessing you? But when you back a Christian into a corner, well, Arnold, I would call that a success. As long as she didn't have that thing, right? As long as she didn't have that thing. So that's why I do what I do. And it was for fun and theatrics and for profit. But the funny thing is, I was still preaching then. I was a preacher. And it's always the Christians that want to call in with that nonsense. And the phone lines are still open. I'll put the phone line up one more time. See, I knew that I wanted to get this deprogram out. I'm glad that I redid it so we could get it in 228-2586. 228-2586. And to this day, my daughters still remember it. Somewhere, I understand there's some pictures. Those you will never see if I see them first. So that's the whole terrible story. So any of you trogs are still out there, the line's still open. That's kind of funny. That's a troll too, but that's kind of funny. I feel pretty, oh so pretty. That's kind of funny, even though you're a troll. That's okay. That's okay. I hope no meth is involved, Dale. Said he's been awake for over 30 hours. Yet have a nap. Have a sandwich and a nap, bro. Yeah. Dagger says he'd pay top dollar for him. There's a girl in Tahoe that took pictures. But I think that's the only ones that Mary, I don't know about this. Mary brings up an interesting point. She says, not all entities are bad. Ooh. I don't know about that one. Spoon Heaven says, I'm a Christian. Well, you're still here, aren't you? You're still here. Gloomer Doom, you get a timeout for that. The phone lines are open. Don't spam the chat. Be a man. Pick up the phone. Pick up the phone. Pick up the phone. That's all I'm saying. Here we go. Are you ready? You're on a short leash. What is on your mind? You think what? What'd you say? What'd you say? Mhm. Okay. Well, shoot. Well, okay. You asked a question. You asked a question. If you talk over me again, I'll hang up on you again. You asked me a question. Why is Jesus a vampire? If you want a full answer to that, I just did a deprogram. It was called Vampires Disclosed. So let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Here, I'm going to show you that right now. I'm going to show you something that makes this very, very super easy. It's on this channel. It's on this channel. So let me, this is, and we're going to stay right to this question. We're going to stay right to this question. Where is it? So why is Jesus a vampire? Did Jesus, yes or no, in John 6:66 say, unless you drink my blood, you have no life in you? What? No. Did he say it? Yes or no? Look in the Greek. He said it. No. You're in Second Peter. Peter also said, no scripture is open to anyone's private interpretation. Did he say you have to drink my blood or you have no life in you? Yes or no? So that's a yes. He said, if you don't drink my blood, no. Okay, that's just the first one. No, I don't have to do anything. This is my show. You have to be polite or you're gonna be hung up on. So that's just the first question. No, you don't disagree. You're not honest. So
I'm
number
trying to
one,
tell you
did he say
what the
you have to
parable
drink
means.
my blood? Yes or no?
It doesn't mean vampirism.
Oh, but that's
It
what it
doesn't.
says. Okay, number two.
No, it doesn't. It
Du-
doesn't mean
okay.
that. It's
Number
an
two,
allegory about
you're gonna be
the
hung
essence
up
of one's
on,
being.
and I'm not
You
gonna
can
answer
get
your
mad, but you
question.
can. I know
I'm
you'll
not
hang
getting
up,
mad.
but I'm just trying to talk. I'm
No,
trying to talk
you're
good faith,
talking
Jeff.
over the host, and I'm answering your question. You'll either shut up and listen to the answer, or you're gone.
You just want to make me feel bad and beat me with a whip. It's
I just
fine.
want
I
to answer
know.
your fucking
I know the
question.
masochistic
I just want to answer
dichotomy
your
of your
fucking
personality.
question.
You got those red Jesuit sunglasses. I know how you operate. You probably were in the church and molested children, to be honest. You're one of those guys. I've seen people like you.
Does
I know what you're
both
cooking on.
Jesus and Dracula have to be invited in? Yes or no? Yes or freaking no?
It's semantics. It's semantics.
Jesus said.
You're trying to make the good and the bad, and you're switching them. I know what the Gnostic
Guess
trick
what?
is, bro.
You just got
You
banned,
think that
bitch. They won't answer a simple question. He wasn't polite, and he's banned. That bitch is banned forever and ever. A fucking men. Banned. Banned. Forever and ever. Bunch of nonsense. Bunch of nonsense. He's fine with cannibalism. Good for him. It's his choice. But you got to ask a question and let that question be answered, baby. Just that simple. Those red Jesuit glasses, they're called blue blocking glasses, and I'm sitting in front of a freaking light so you can see me. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. But I'm still taking calls for a little while. Is this the same idiot again? You're live with Jeffrey Darty. You're on a short leash. What's up?
Oh, hello, Jeff. I'm a very big fan from Chernobyl's Plus. I just wanted to say I stayed awake all night just to watch you, and I wanted to ask you one question.
Please.
Why you use Dracula as an example? Because knowing that Dracula is a make of fiction created by Bram Stoker, I wanted to know if you had a better analogy to make than using a fake fictional creature.
Okay. Well, let me ask you, and that's a very politely stated. Thank you so much. In John 6:66, John chapter 6, verse 66, did Jesus say, if you don't drink my blood, you have no life in you?
That may very well be true, but I'm just wondering where the analogy to vampires.
Okay, that's number one. Number two, Dracula has to be invited in. Did Jesus not
Dracula
say
isn't
in the
real.
book of Revelation, I stand at the door and knock. If you invite me in, I will come into you and my Father and we will live in you. Did he or did he not say that?
Yes, that very may be true. Well, that may be true. But I
No,
just wanted to say-
it's either true or it's false. Jesus said
Sure,
it or he
sure,
didn't.
sure. It's in the Bible. Yes, it's in the Bible.
Okay, so
But
we got so
how is
far,
there an
Jesus said
analogy
you got to
for
drink
things-
my blood. And second of all, Jesus has to be invited into you, just like Dracula. Did they both
Do you have a
rise
better
from the dead?
analogy than Dracula from like nonfiction? Because Dracula is a work of fiction created by Bram Stoker.
That's the point, bro. That's the point. Bram Stoker wrote it to point out the similarities between vampirism and Christianity so people could actually see it and say, holy shit, Jesus said I got to drink his blood or there's no life in me. Holy shit, Jesus says I have to come in to, he has to be invited in just like Dracula. Holy shit, they both rose from the dead. Holy shit, they both offer eternal life if you will drink their blood.
Yeah,
How many
but
analogies, how
Dracula
many
is-
similarities do I have to give you?
But Dracula he was a fake mythical creature, not real like Jesus.
That's the point, my friend. Stoker wrote the novel to point out that Dracula is a type of Christianity.
So,
It's
but
called
it's still
disclosure, my
using a
friend.
fictional. But it's still using a, like, what did Bram Stoker know? You know, he just writing books about mythical creatures.
Okay, well,
It's like talking about the Minotaur.
do you believe the Bible is a fictional book?
No.
Okay, well then explain to me why Jesus said, if you don't drink my blood, you have no life in you.
Because that's what we have to do.
So you're okay with having to drink Jesus' blood to have eternal life?
If that's the way to be saved, but I just don't see the analogy to Dracula. because
Well,
Dracula
let's just,
is like
we've forgotten about Dracula. So you think it's okay to drink human blood if that's what it takes to save
He's
you?
not human. He's the son of God.
Well, you're okay to drink blood, and he was human when he shed the blood, yes or no?
He was in human form, but
Okay.
he was not.
Did
human.
he
He's the
did
son
he
of
shed
God.
blood?
Yes, for you and me, Jeff.
And he
He
said
did.
what? You have to drink it.
Yes.
I'm not willing to drink blood to have eternal life. Any God that wants me to drink blood to have eternal life is not a God I want to serve. And you said to be saved. What do I need to be saved from?
From the devil, clearly.
The devil? No, what do I have to be saved from?
From your sins, Jeff. From the
My
sins of
sins
drinking
or
piss.
from the sins of Adam and Eve?
From the sins of drinking piss.
See, I knew you were a troll. I knew you were an idiot. And again, you have no receipts. You can't answer the questions, and you're all right with
No,
drinking
you-
blood. That is your choice. If you want to be a blood drinker for eternal life, good for you. I'm not drinking blood. I'm not taking adrenochrome. I'm not going to do it. And I don't have anything to be saved from because I'm divine, sovereign, and free. If you want to be a blood drinker to live forever, that's your business. And not only that, he said, if you don't eat my flesh, you have no life in you. And you know what the verse after that says? It says, and from that time, many people followed him no more. I'm one of the many people. I'm one of the many people. That was the last straw. Breaks my heart that you're okay with drinking blood to have eternal life. I don't want to be around anybody like you that's okay with drinking blood to get eternal life. No offense, but your mindset is exactly what I'm trying to free people from. I'm not accepting any entities into my life. I'm not taking captive every thought to some entity. I'm not going to make myself a living sacrifice to some entity. I'm not going to do it. If you want to do it, that's your business. That's your business. But I'm not doing it. It's up to you. It's up to you. And that's exactly what I want. Discussions that make positions clear. 913-228-2586. 913-228-2586. If you want to call in, you can. Good for you, bro. Night Nation says he drank somebody's blood and now he's 6'7" and probably on his way to heaven. Good for you. I'm not going there. I'm not going there. Soon Heaven says the blood is holy and it saves. If you want to drink blood, good for you. I ain't doing it. But then they'll get all over Aleister Crowley for drinking blood. How about a little consistency? How about a little consistency? How about a little consistency? My suggestion is in line with my friend Jay Mars. Why are you afraid to be sovereign and free? Why do you have to make yourself a living sacrifice? It's just a question. It's just a question. So Dale says he'll drink some blood. In the age of the other thing that we can't talk about on YouTube, you would actually drink somebody's blood? Oh, here's a great one. Wyatt is right. I drank blood and grew my foreskin back. Hey, if you want to drink blood, knock yourself out. I ain't doing it, especially for some entity that says that's the only way I can get eternal life. I already got eternal life in me. No more Christian spamming. Either have the balls to make the calls, or I'm not going to let you spam the chat. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. Just that simple. It's just that simple. I don't drink any alcohol. I don't drink any alcohol. Nope, don't like vodka. Don't like vodka. Anybody else want to call in? 913-228-2586. What you got? I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm still here. Philby, come on. Are you really equating getting a transfusion at the hospital with drinking blood? Come on, man. Come on, man. Really? Do I smoke? No, I do not smoke. I do not smoke. I don't even partake in the wacky tobacco. I just don't. It's a personal choice. I don't put any aspersions on anybody. Ludwig says the pharaohs were born circumcised. That's kind of interesting. The pharaohs were born circumcised. Wow. Abraham, you are a little late, bro. We still got a good crowd. If you want to call in, I'll take your question. But did you notice that next D program? I'm going to do Charlie Kirk palmistry. Shabbat Shalom, Daddy's home. We're going to cover that. We're going to talk about fallen angels, so-called. We're going to talk about the Borg of heaven. We're going to talk about the Nephilim, the sons of God, both in Job and in Genesis 6. It's not what they say it is. The word angel doesn't even appear in Genesis chapter 6. Dagger, I'm with you. I wouldn't get a transfusion today. And I don't care how hot she is. I ain't drinking her blood. I ain't drinking her blood. I am not drinking her blood. Welp. Philby says, I'm not saying it's the same thing, but the blood makes people feel younger. I'm not willing to drink blood for life, for life. And the thing is, the big lie about the Jesus is, he says you don't have it. You. Why do I have to drink his blood to get something that's already mine? I don't. I think this is another troll. I'm bored, so I'll give you another shot. What's on your mind?
Hello, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
So I gotta warn you about somebody that isn't what they appear to be.
Okay.
That's Mary Conceri.
All right.
Yeah. She is a succubus, a Satanist. She's 76409A. and she is partaken in vampiric blood rituals with her ex-boyfriend PhD.
Is that when
She's
she was a
testified-
Christian?
I'm not exactly sure what she is, but she is not a good actor.
Okay.
Lose or draw.
Well, I appreciate
So
that.
just be advised.
All right. Thanks for the heads up.
Yeah, because she'll chew you up and spit you out, dude. Like Booch doesn't tolerate her.
All right. Thanks for the call.
Have a good evening.
Adios. I appreciate somebody watching out for me. Pick up the phone and make the calls, or you get a timeout. You get a timeout. And What the Drip just gets a straight out ban for being a dumbass. Block. Bye-bye. You're done. You're done. You're done. All righty. Any takers? Any takers? Any takers? What's the phone number again? Yeah, what is going on, Kylie? I don't know, but I'm kind of having fun with it. Where's my little button that shows how I can make the screen bigger or smaller? There it is, right there. Nope, that's not it. Where is that button? I don't know. I can't find it right now. So, what is it? Somebody keeps saying you can save people. You can't save nobody. People have to save themselves. 913-228-2586. 913-228-2586. This is off the rails, isn't it, Dagger? This is off the rails. So I guess Vegas lost tonight. Dagger, you told me they were a shoe-in. It was fixed. What happened? It's very simple, Philby. If you can be polite, if you can be interesting, and if you can ask a specific question and allow the host to answer that question, and then ask another question, that's it. And Philby, let me fill you in. We'll have like 2,000-3,000 views on this deprogram. And not one of them called in to hear you. Not one of them started watching. What does that mean? This is tent. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? This is tent. Is that good or bad? We're not blocking everybody, gloom or doom, but you're about to get blocked. You're only blocked if you can't be polite or you can't be interesting, like this guy right here. Block. The thing I love, though, is these guys, they'll get blocked, and they have so little going on in their life that they go and make another profile, and then they go back into the chat, but they don't make a phone call. Dagger admits that he was wrong about it being fixed for Vegas. I wanted Torts to win. And for a second, I actually thought about moving the deprogram time so I could watch the game, but that would be hypocritical, so I don't do that. I don't do that. I probably blocked 40 people tonight, Kylie. I've probably blocked 40 people tonight. Gloom or doom. Cry and moan again, and you're blocked too. It's just that simple. You're boring me. You're boring me. Come on. Where you at? 913-228-2586. I'm feeling snarky tonight. I don't need sports ball. You're right. That's why I didn't do it. That's why I didn't do it. I'm not drinking blood. And guess what? Today's a good day to win or a good day to die trying. This life doesn't mean that much to me. I want to do everything I can to maximize it. But there's just one stop. Bye, Gloomer Doom. Bye. Everybody say bye, bitch. Bye. Well, Jamie, you got to understand. The Bible is full of contradictions. Jesus says you have to drink my blood or there's no life in you. But the Old Testament says don't drink blood. Sounds like a contradiction to me. I didn't block Steve Borg. Unblock him if I did. There might have been a time where I blocked Steve Borg back in the day. Back in the day. I would never block Steve Borg. He's an inspiration. We need our berserkers. We need our berserkers. 913-228-2586. It is a contradiction, but Jama, the Bible doesn't have any contradictions. And thanks for giving me a question for the next Christian that wants to call in. You know, I need to, what did I have for dinner tonight? What did I have for dinner tonight? Who cares? What are we on, Facebook? I had, thank you, Kylie. I had chicken and chicken. That's what I had for dinner tonight. Chicken. Why the hell would anybody care what I had for dinner tonight? It has been a great show. I was hoping to get some more call-ins, but I guess the Trogs, their mom said you're staying up too late. Their mom said, or the grandma said, hey, turn off those lights in that basement. Actually, Spaz, and you're starting to irritate me too. No, Noble, you're not blocked. You're not blocked. See, you're right there. Every time you eat a cheeseburger, you're drinking blood. Actually, if you actually did some research, whenever you get the beef, there's no blood in it. It's not blood. So you're not drinking blood. Come on. Come on. What does that mean, Noah? Are you spamming the chat instead of having the balls to make the calls? Just asking. 913-228-2586. 913-228-2586. You know what I'm going to do? Just real quick. I'll make a little file here that has the number so nobody can say, he wouldn't put up the number. See, this is how far I go to serve you. I'll even make it red because a lot of people love blood tonight. So, boom, there it is. There's some blood. I got to move these glasses, these Jesuit glasses, you know. These Jesuit glasses. See, this is how we do it right here. This is how we do it. So, what's the phone number again? 913. What is it? 228-2586. 913-228-2586. Call in. Whoops. Call in. There it is. Boom. Present that. Bam. There it is. 913-228-2586. Don't tell me when to go to bed. You ain't my mama. I ain't tired. So why should I go to bed? Are you saying you want to take me to bed? Because that would be a little disturbing. That'd be a little disturbing. I got to get rid of this light. Oh, that's better. That's better. That's better. Oh, I'll make you a mod right now. No, I can't. I'm not on YouTube. Sorry. So, if you have the balls to make the calls, now's your time. If you don't, well, I get it. I get it. Oh, there's a restream block list. Boom. I just been timing them out on YouTube. Dude, I got some whole new technology right now. Now I can ban them completely from Dagger. I think that's an overshare. Dagger's in bed. Dagger's in bed. 913-228-2586. It's even where's my non-Jesuit glasses? That's the light in my face. There we go. Are these Jesuit glasses too? Why not work on exposing the Jesuits? What do you think I'm doing? All of Christianity is Jesuit, brah. And I've done deep programs about the Jesuits. Why don't you have the balls to make the calls and ask me a specific question? Just asking. White is right. If you don't want to ban people on your channel, don't do it. You have to really try to be banned. It's not like the old days. Now you got to try. What do we got here? Unknown caller. What you got?
All right, so it's me, Mary, and I just wanted to bounce back to what the guy called in and said some stupid shit about me and 09A and whatever else he said.
Okay.
Yes, sir. That is some of Tuber's guys. They're trogs, and they got mad that I was trolling. So a bunch of Christians, Catholics, whatever they are, took everything I said and just tried to turn it around and basically make me seem like some satanic 09A, like, witch or whatever. So, Rango, eat my fucking ass and go send him another fucking $1, you fucking loser.
Mary, you were doing so good. Let me repeat the rules. You have to be polite. You have to be interesting. And you have to be YouTube friendly. I mean, that goes without saying. Thanks, Noah. That goes without saying. And you know what, Morningstar Mary? Nobody really cares. Interesting, polite. Polite, interesting. YouTube friendly. So I guess there's 3 rules. I guess there's 3 rules, not 2. My bad. So you know what we need to do? We need to add in here. We need to reduce the size. Let's go down to what? 44? I like them to end in an 8. It's my lucky number. 44. Let's get to 44. This is how I make all the D programs right here. Interesting, polite, YouTube, YT, YouTube friendly. That's it. That's the only rules. Can we get to 53? No, we can't get to 53. I'll settle for 52, 53. We made it. That's it. Just be polite. Just be interesting. And just be YouTube friendly. And even you can be on the deprogram. How about that? It's just that simple. It's just that easy. It's just that easy. Cynthia's going to say, why were you up all night talking with them crazy people? I don't know. I guess I'm bored. It kind of harkens back to Late Night in the Heartland. And it's got to be centered both ways. I'm kind of fastidious in that way. Kind of fastidious in that way. You know, the rules are not rocket scientists, but Abraham, I get the feeling that we don't have a lot of rocket scientists calling in tonight. Just get the feeling. Maybe I'm wrong. But did we go to the moon, Jeff? Ask White is right. Probably, but not the way they showed us. That's complete and total nonsense. Complete and total nonsense. Soon heaven, another Christian without the balls to make the calls. I shouldn't even talk to you, but no, Jesus didn't lie. That's because it's hard to lie when you're not real. He wasn't even real. So how could he lie? People that aren't real can't lie. So I'd say no, he didn't lie. Because he's not real. So there's the answer to that question. See, that's how easy it is. Ask a question, give an answer. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. Let's try this again. You're live with Jeffrey Darty. What's on your mind?
Yeah, we need to gas all the Jews and kill all the fucking niggers.
You're an asshole. Kiss my ass, you POS. Why do people have to be idiots? Why do people have to be idiots? You know what? There are proto-Abrahamics and black people that I'd put you in front of them in that line. How's that? How's that? How's that? Did you get that one? What happened to my slide with the phone number? There it is. You're live with Jeffrey Darty. What's on your mind?
So you won't drink the blood?
Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. You can call right back in. I'll answer your call, but you're not playing me, bro. You're not playing me. I see where you're coming from, but I'll take your call. They're gonna, they'll report me now because they're a bunch of trolls. They're a bunch of trolls. They are. But, I mean, isn't it kind of fun? Isn't it kind of fun? No, that wasn't YouTube friendly. And it was kind of stupid, too. Oh, they care. They watch me like a damn. I am being rated. That's okay. I'm fixing to start showing everybody's phone number that calls in. What's on your mind?
In the drink hierarchy, would you rate piss over blood?
You're right at the top of the idiot hierarchy. And guess what? Now we're going to show everybody's phone number that calls in. If you want to call in and be a jerk, Everybody's going to see your phone number. No, then nobody will call in. I would rank you at the top of the idiot hierarchy. How's that? How's that? So is this not fun anymore, guys? Is this not fun? If Kylie's leaving, I'm probably leaving. Yeah, we're down to 80 now, so we've had a precipitous fall. We had a precipitous fall. Add to restream block list. Boom. Yes. Oh, that's my first total block. I love it. I love it. Totally blocked. Totally blocked. That's freaking awesome. I'm getting bored of this. Viva Las Vegas. What's on your mind?
Are you there?
Who do you think's talking to you?
Well, I don't. Oh, you must be. What are you? Delayed?
Nope. A little bit of a delay.
Okay.
Do you have a question?
Yeah, I do. Have you ever read Victor Hugo's Les Miserables?
Nope.
He basically, the summary of that book of 800 pages was that the church and the state create miserable people and they share them amongst each other.
I can agree with that.
It was written so many people, authors have written plenty of stuff that are what you're pointing out.
Okay.
And, there's a whole list of books, like an author by the name of Daniel Quinn, who wrote a book called Ishmael, pulled me from being an atheist to comprehending the universe and God. Prior to that, I was an atheist at the age of 12, going to Catholic school, because it was too much bullshit to even comprehend. So when I found you speaking of all these truths and revealing the lies and I pointed out in a comment earlier that a book was written that was by Edward Cohen. It summarizes the Bible as the most psychologically advanced book ever written, and it's used to make people do stupid things, right? Like build churches for the Abrahamic trifecta or mosques or synagogues. It's absurd. I mean, I just like to call in and say I appreciate your show, and another book I recommend is Illusions by Richard Bach. Very similar to
that's
all
on
this
my
stuff.
that's on my bookshelf over here. I need to read it.
It's an awesome book. It'll take you maybe 40 minutes to maybe an hour to read it. It's long, a lot, as well as Jonathan Livingston Seagull was also an awesome book.
I have read.
Anyway,
that
I just
book.
want to. Awesome. So, great stuff. Appreciate your the work you're doing, bro.
Thank you for calling in. I appreciate that very much. See, there are still some people out there that can think. I like it. But I think we're drawn to the end. I mean, we've been on 4 hours. 4 hours. What did I just put in my mouth? Do you really care what I put in my mouth, Lupus? I put a juice head nicotine patch into my mouth. 12 milligrams. How about that? How about that? Now you know. Now you know. Yes, a nice, polite individual. A great caller. Yeah, I'm doing some nicotine pouches. That's why I've lost almost 30 pounds. I got about another 15 to go. So there you go. A wafer. One thing that you know it's not, it wasn't blood. And it wasn't a wafer. It wasn't a wafer. All right. I kind of hate to do it, but it might be time to wrap this up. It might be time to wrap this up. Let's ask the Magic 8 Ball. I think did I get a bum Magic 8 Ball? I don't really like Zen the best. I like Juice Head really well. I like Rogue. Of Zen, I'd say my favorite flavor is what does that say? Indications say yes. They say we should wrap it up. Wrap it up. Let me do it again. It says, see, it is getting better the more I use it. Don't, the hell? Ouch. Don't bet on it. Dude, what do I do? What do I do? You know, the 8-ball, you roll it instead of shake it. Oh, you roll it? Similar in all kind of things. Focus and ask again. Okay. So should I log off now and end the deprogram? Roll it, roll it, roll it. Should I log off now? It doesn't come up flat where I can see it. I think I got to use it more. Jeez. Come on, man. Tilt it up and down. Should I log off now? I think I might have got a busted 8-ball. It says definitely. Maybe it's that time. Maybe it's that time. But you know, it just goes to show you, you can make your own. And I like that it's an 8-ball, you know? Should we try it again? Unknown caller. Surprise me. Surprise me. Are you there?
Nigger, white power.
Oh, shit, that was HT. HT, are you trolling me, bro? Dude, are you trolling me? You know you can't do that on YouTube. HT, why are you doing that to me, bro? Was that HT? Magic 8-ball. Was that HT? Sounded like HT. How did I piss HT off? Consult me later. Consult me later. The hell is it saying? I think this was better. I remember it when I was a kid. I don't know. It sounded like HT to me. We talk quite often. I hope I didn't piss him off. I didn't mean to piss him off. Where is Jaden? I love Jaden. You're live. Surprise me.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Can you hear
Hello.
me?
Hello.
Hello? Nigger, 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 nigger.
How old are these freaking people? How old are these freaking people? Okay, I think we've got to the end. I think we've got to the end. That would really disappoint me if that was HT. Maybe it wasn't. Now we're down to 77. It might be time. Yeah, I do probably need to warm it up because it's just not working great. It's just not working great. It's just not working great. I don't want to do anything to try to roast HT. I would call HT my friend. Not impressed with the 8-ball. God, I wasted like $15 on it. Oh, well. Oh, well. Well, folks, this has been... Should I send it back to Amazon? I think I will send it. Well, no, then I have to go up to the store. It's $15. We're not going to send it back. I'll keep it for a prop. I'll keep it for a prop. C Noble, the 8-ball disappointed me. But, you know, just because you get one bad 8-ball Doesn't mean all the 8 balls are bad. So you should get a shake weight. I don't even know what that is. Probably a little late to be calling HT Night Nation. I will text him, though. I will text him. HT. Did you just troll me, bro? Did you just troll me, bro? Several question marks. I don't think he did. Cynthia says I can't find you live. See, that's why I usually check my phone. All right. A 3.58 ball for, oh, that's a different kind of 8 ball, I think. That's a different kind of 8 ball. All right, folks. I appreciate y'all. It was fun. But I think we've come to that time. What did Carol Burnett used to say? No, I never seen Coke, and I grew up in Florida. That's really weird, isn't it? You would think a guy that grew up in Florida would have seen cocaine, but no, I never did. I never did. But what did Carol Burnett used to say? None of you remember Carol Burnett, do you? She said, I'm so glad we had this time together just to share a laugh and sing a song. And it seems we just get started, and then it's time to say so long. So everybody, it's about time to say so long. Did you notice I found my old in and out music? Cleaning up my computer. This has been Jeffrey Daugherty, the Christian whistleblower, with a night to remember. I want to remind you, you're divine, sovereign, and free. Encourage you not to go on bended knee to somebody else's savior. I salute you for being here seeking after truth. You are the last generation of real humans. We are winning. And we got help on the way as soon as we prove ourselves worthy of it. I do love you all, except for the trolls. Don't really love them. But we'll be back on Wednesday. Maybe even before, who knows. I appreciate you all very much. Thanks for being here.